Good morning, everybody. Today is October 25th, 2017. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the State Liquor Authority will be November 8th, November 21st, which is a Tuesday, and December 6th. We're going to call the items in the order they were signed in for the most part. First in Buffalo, then New York City, and then first Buffalo, Albany, and then New York City. When your item is called, please come up to the podium and put your name on the record. Speak slowly and clearly so we can get everything recorded. If you have a cell phone, mobile device, please silence it. If you're going to take a call, please take it outside. Before we get to the first item, there is one announcement. Some of you have already heard this. There is a new email address for those of you who are seeking material or matters that are on the full board calendar. For example, if you're looking for the gross sales in a package store, or opposition in a package store, or in a 500-foot case, you can use this email address. It's boardinfo@sla.ny.gov. Right? This is an alternative to the FOIL email address. As I said, it's only for matters that are on the full board calendar and only for licensing matters. All right, so those will be dealt with in a more expedited fashion than the regular FOIL process.
B-O-A-R-D, board?
Board, not B-O-R, no, I'm kidding, B-O-A-R-D. All right, with that, the first item on the calendar is actually in New York. It is item 2417L, MD Cafe Lounge Corp. It's a request by the Counsel's Office for an emergency summary order of suspension.
So, Ms. Sarder, am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
I was recently informed that you were recently informed that you successfully passed the New York State Bar exam.
Yes, I did.
So I'd like to congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
And welcome you into the realm of licensed attorneys.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As sometimes dubious that may be. But go ahead.
So good morning. Counsel's Office presents a matter for emergency order of summary suspension pursuant to Section 401, subsection 3 of SAPA. Counsel's Office is requesting a summary suspension for the establishment known as MD Cafe Lounge Corporation, doing business as Tequila's Restaurant, based on a referral and a request that we received from the NYPD for a summary suspension following a fight that took place on October 22nd. So 3 days ago, on October 22nd, around 3:30 in the morning, 2 police officers were conducting a business inspection at the establishment. 2 summons were issued, one for unlicensed security guards and one for a failure to post a certificate of occupancy. And while the inspection was taking place, a large fight began inside the establishment and eventually spilled out onto the sidewalk, while there were already uniformed officers present on the premises, and additional police officers had to be called to help disperse the crowd. This is just the most recent incident of this kind that occurred on this premises. In May of this year, on Mother's Day, a large fight again began inside the establishment and spilled out onto the sidewalk and resulted in a police officer fracturing his arm while arresting 2 patrons for resisting arrest and disorderly conduct. In this fight, a patron was also hit numerous times in the head with a glass bottle, and because there weren't enough security guards on site to help de-escalate the crowd, again, additional police resources had to be called in. This establishment has become a serious problem for the community. The precinct themselves requested that a board consider a summary suspension in this case because of the escalation of violent incidents that are occurring here, as well as, other illegal activity and the operator's complete disregard for respecting the laws of the authority. In the last 6 months, there have been 5 reports of sales to minors that occurred at this establishment. And in addition to the case that is moving this summary suspension, there are 3 pending cases open against the establishment right now. including the 5 sale to minor charges, 3 disorderly premise charges, and 1 focal point charge that resulted from all of the incidents that I've just described, as well as 9 other reports that we received from the NYPD, including various verbal and physical altercations, larceny reports, reports of robbery that are consistently occurring at this premises. So in addition to the altercations that occurred here, the operation has also shown a disregard for the regulatory requirements. You know, they have an open charge for failure to post a certificate of occupancy. They have 2 charges for unlicensed security guards. And one of the cases, Exhibit 6, case 121458, that case defaulted at pleading, you know, indicating the licensee's indifference to abiding by the laws of the authority. So counsel's office moves for summary suspension due to this establishment's threat to the public safety, due to the breach of peace that is occurring here at this establishment, and because this establishment is ultimately a detriment to the community that it's in.
Are all 5 of the sales to minors police operations where we sent, or the police sent minors in to buy, or were some of them minors that we found on site?
To my knowledge, they were police operations.
And they're all within this year?
Yes, all 5 sale to minor charges occurred within the last 6 months. The
Okay.
most recent one was in July, and the oldest one occurred in May.
Okay. And how long has this place been licensed?
The establishment was licensed in 2014.
Okay.
You ready? You did such a great job, I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
So congratulations on your
Thank
first
you.
one. They've been licensed since 2017. As you said, 5 auxiliary officers have made unauthorized sales to minors in the past 5 or 6 months. This place is located at the end of the number 4 train. It's right amidst literally thousands of residents on both sides of the track. Using unlicensed guards, disorderly premises resulting in the injury to a police officer. Focal point for the 52nd precinct, you know, even though it's stated, it's obvious that their presence doesn't seem to do anything to deter this behavior. So maybe this will. So I vote to summarily suspend.
I'm going to vote to summarily suspend as well. It's clearly that this business is a risk to public health, safety, and welfare. Just the 5 sales to minor over a 6-month period would be enough in my mind, but then obviously there is extreme violence going on, and the police, it's clearly a drain on police resources, so I will summarily suspend as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a brief break? I think there's an IT problem.
Yeah.
Albany's saying there's no video.
Will we see them?
I'm telling you what Albany says.
So they can't see us right now.
So we can just-
Wave if you can see us.
It might be,
Maybe we have a secretary problem.
Scott didn't have to wave, Scott didn't have to wave that much. I think it may be on the internet, I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Yeah, we can take a break.
All right.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that. All right, now we are going to go to Buffalo. First item there is 2312, Brown Chili's Corp.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Cifuentes Inglesi, and I am the attorney for Brown Chili's Corp. I have Samir Dalal with me. He is the applicant principal, and he'll be here to answer any of your questions or if you have concerns on anything regarding this application. Did you receive my letter that I sent in with a few support letters from community members?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, the main reason we believe that this application or this store would be in the public's advantage is because of the expectation of the community. This store has been in existence at this location for roughly 30 years. It's my understanding that the previous licensee might have had some issues. He ended up getting evicted, which is when my client came in and decided to rent the space.
How do your clients know each other?
How do the clients know? The
Well, the
landlord?
two principals, how do they know, there's two principals, I see there's only one here, how do they know each other?
Correct. They're family friends, is that correct?
Cousin.
Cousins, I'm sorry.
No relation or relationship with the previous owners here?
No relationship to the previous licensees or owners. They ended up meeting the landlord a few years ago when they were looking for a liquor store. And a couple of licensees ago, when the liquor store was up for sale, my clients had gotten wind of it and looked into it. Didn't look like it was going to pan out, so didn't end up looking to purchase or putting in a purchase order or a purchase offer. But they did meet the landlord, and the landlord approached them most recently once he evicted the previous tenants.
And why a liquor store? I see they don't have any experience. One works at Subway and the other is a homemaker, and it appears that they have had a grocery store license in the past, but
Yeah,
they have no liquor store experience.
Correct. They have had the grocery store license in the past. They've also had other businesses in the past, a Subway shop, and why a liquor store?
Well, when we were trying to expand back in 2012, originally we came to know the landlord at that point. We were trying to expand in the Rochester area and trying to get into the different businesses instead of the franchisee. And at one point we ended up buying the convenience store, so we didn't look for a liquor store at that time. Now the opportunity came again, so we're trying to get it again.
One thing that's appealing about a liquor store is the owner operator. point. It's traditionally an owner-operator, and that's what Samil is looking to do. He's looking to run it himself. He's going to have a few employees. He wants to make sure that there's enough employees on staff, in the, Friday evenings, Saturdays, in the busy times. But other than that, it's going to be him there, him running it, and that was very appealing to him. He no longer needed to work for somebody else.
What is Ms. Kuala bringing to it? Because it appears she's not working there.
Correct. She's not currently working there, and she doesn't plan on working there unless Emil needs her. The reason why they're in it together is because they've owned these multiple businesses together. So the money is coming from a previous business that they had that they sold, and then that money is used from that sale to fund this business venture.
Okay. This closest store, oh, I see, okay.
So he plans on being there every hour the store is open, running it full-time, just himself?
He plans on running it full-time, that is correct. Obviously, things happen sometimes, and if he's not there, he's going to make sure that he has a well-trained employee or that Kamal will be there, if there's a family vacation or something of that nature. Down the road, maybe training a manager, but it's his intention at this point to be there every hour to be running this business so that it can be successful.
All right. Any other questions, Chairman? You have the support of the North Clinton Business Association. It's a previously licensed location for 3 decades. I see no adverse history. The other stores around it seem to be holding their own, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well based on those reasons, as well as there's 5 stores within 1 miles. 3 of the 5 are showing consistent increases in sales. The closest store is 0.5 miles away and is showing a significant increase in sales over the last 2 years. So I'll vote to approve, finding
you very much.
public convenience and advantage.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, just an update on the IT issue. The video can be seen by the real world, but not by state employees.
Good. They shouldn't be watching it anyway.
They can't hear you because they can't watch it.
I'm sure they'll hear it.
Next item is 2398, Hillside Tavern LLC.
What's the number, Tom?
2398.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to the board. My name is David Dezak. I'm the consultant for Hillside Tavern LLC. To my left is Tim McCord, who's the LLC member. And to my right is her son and manager, Casey Toole.
Are you aware of the previous license history at this location?
When I applied for, or prior to applying for the license, I emailed to Liquor Authority Licensing, asking them if there was anything, this is back on May 2nd, asking them if there's anything that would be holding or cause this application to be declined. And the answer back was no.
Well,
So, we had
I'm not saying that there is. I'm just asking you if you're aware of the history of this place.
No, other than after the fact. Nor did Ms. Accord over here either.
So they're not aware that there was drugs being sold, failure to supervise, sustained pattern of noise, that we actually canceled the license?
Yes, we were not aware until we had a disapproval on the application.
Jackie, when did they get the disapproval on the application?
I have a copy of it. The disapproval was sent on August 14th.
You filed it on August 4th. Hold on a second, hold on a
I
second.
have
I'm
an
not- some-
application
Yeah,
receipt.
just hang on a second, okay? Just waiting for
All
this
right.
to load up.
Application receipt is dated.
They were disapproved
August 4th.
due to the pending charges. So,
Oh, they were pending, okay.
yeah, they were pending at the time.
All right, so now you're aware that we canceled the previous license.
Did not know that until last week.
What are they going to do? It looks like you're doing exactly the same kind of operation that the other one caused problems. What are you doing? What are you doing differently?
Hi, I want to just tell you, thank you for reconsidering, or at least giving me a minute, but I wanted to let you know about myself. I have 30 years and plus 30 years in the food industry. 20 was in the private sector, over 10 in the federal government as a nutrition and food supervisor. I had retired from the federal government this July when I purchased this. I never knew any of the history on it. I just seen that it was a place that I thought would be a wonderful beginning for a retirement. I took my retirement out of the federal government. I put $84,000 into here. I have rebuilt, I put all new appliances through. I rebuilt porches, I painted, I've had the supervisor stop in. He's told me from the town how much he appreciates the work I've done. I have my son that's gonna be working with me also. We plan on having somebody checking all the time for minors. We will always be checking at the door and or at the bar. Dave had told me about a certain machine that you can get that will scan for different, make sure the birthdays are right and everything. Casey, myself, and my bar manager have also taken the ATAP course. We want to make sure that we are following it to the letter. Like I said, I've done years and years in food.
Well, have you done any in a
on
bar?
being
Have you done any? Do you have any? It looks like you worked in a hospital. Do you have any experience in the bar?
Not in the bar, but I also work outside in the private industry, doing food too. I rebuilt the kitchen in the bar so that it would be able to put out much more food than what it was currently doing. All appliances, everything has been updated. I plan on being a presence at the bar when I'm not. My son, who is my bar manager, will be. We're not gonna be absentee owners. I never knew about any drug problems. I've never dealt with drugs. Like I said, I worked in the federal government for years. I've never dealt with drugs. We plan on just making sure we're there, and like I said, we're gonna have somebody there. The food will be coming out. I wanna do as much in food as I'm doing in liquor. I plan on making it something that the whole town can enjoy, because, we're gonna bring people in where we put outside pit, same actual area, but we put like stone patios and picnic areas.
No, I'm sure it's beautiful, man, but you're missing the point that I'm trying to make, is that this place was a severe problem to this town because of the drug activity and the noise and the disorderly conduct. You don't have any experience. It appears your son doesn't have any experience, and then the only other person that you've hired to work there is the bartender that was working at the former bar, which was, in my estimations, must have been party to all the stuff that was going on there.
Actually, my son does have some security background, and we plan on doing, the biggest part of the problem, from what I gathered, is the absentee owner. We don't plan on doing that, and with all of us being there, I can't see how anything else like that could happen, because we're gonna be vigilant at the door and at the bar, and we will be present, which we haven't had. The place was basically just left to run itself, and that's not what we're doing, that's not what we're about.
There's a stage outside, is that for live music?
Yes.
What's the hours of that?
It's gonna be Saturday afternoons, like jamborees.
So what are the hours?
For the stage, it would, in the summertime, when we have, it's gonna be, not every week, but it would be like a 12 to 7 or something, noon to 7 p.m. It's not gonna be all night long out blasting on the hill.
Is there any other outdoor area?
Horseshoe pit.
There's a horseshoe pit.
And what are the
there's
hours
enough-
there?
Depending on the weather in the summer, it will also be up until probably 7 o'clock at night.
And what are the hours of the bar?
Sunday to Wednesday is 11 to 11. Thursday, Friday, Saturday is 11 to 1.
Okay.
Kitchen will close at 11.
I mean, I probably wouldn't be giving you this, but the fact is that the town has asked us to, so sometimes get what they wish for, I guess.
They've even asked us to waive the 30-day notification period requirement. One question, who is Timothy Watson? Did he own the place before the previous owners?
Many, many years ago.
Okay,
All right, I'm ready.
all right. You're pretty rural where you're located. I do see you do have some neighbors to the west of you, a couple of residents. So I'll be curious to see how they react to having outdoor entertainment in the afternoon. But you're not talking about it being real late, so I guess that might be okay with them. As the chairman noted, you do have support from Town Supervisor Joseph Higley. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. The hours outside are 12 to 7. The hours inside are 11 to 11, Monday through Wednesday, Thursday through Sunday, 11 to 1 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
The next item in Buffalo, 2359 Trillo, Inc.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Mark Petrillo, and this is Heather Petrillo.
So this is a reconsideration.
Yes.
You're missing significant documentation that we need. And we've asked you for it a few times, and what you're sending back to us isn't what we need. So I'm willing to reconsider this, and I've instructed someone from licensing to reach out to you to describe to you exactly what we do need. And you'll have a period of time to get that. If you don't get it to us, then that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll agree to those same terms, yes.
All right,
That's it.
you're all set.
You'll be
Thank
here.
you.
Someone will get in contact with you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Michelle, I don't have any other items in Albany, Buffalo, rather?
There's no other items in Buffalo.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go to Albany then. First item is 2340. It's Mixology Group LLC. We have somebody in New York City as well, I believe. The opposition signed in Albany.
Let them put their name on the record. Go ahead up in Albany, just tell us who you are.
My name is Lorraine Nichols. I'm the owner of West End Wine and Liquor in Amsterdam.
Oh, is the applicant up there?
He was not appearing. I'm
Oh,
appearing.
you're appearing for the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, so why don't you go ahead, ma'am?
Do you want me to get my
Okay,
name?
thank you. I'm opposing this request for a warehouse back in 2015. Mixology had originally asked for 4,400 square foot of building. He then purchased Mohawk Liquors, which the size of their building was 1,330 square feet. He was then asked by the board to downsize to, I believe it was 1,800 feet. Since then, I have to say the 7 liquor stores that we have in Amsterdam area, they're all within 5.5 miles of my business. Sales have declined, and I can't imagine what will happen if he adds a warehouse to his location. So I am opposing it 100%, where we're all gonna be hurt by any additional sales by his business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Romano on behalf of the permit applicant. Mr. Wade, the principal, came before this board, was denied an alteration application, did a reconsideration request, was again denied, and
Well, that's actually not the whole story. The whole story was he applied for a large store.
right,
We limited the size of that large store, but granted the license and gave him an 1,800, almost 1,900 square foot store. Then between 3 and 6 months later, he came back and asked for the original size that we had denied, asked for reconsideration, we denied it again. And now it appears to me that you're trying to circumvent that whole process by applying for a warehouse permit for the same area that we told you already he couldn't license.
Well, in fairness to Mr. Wade, he did, and I reviewed the videos, and he was transparent to this board. He did ask, he said, can I apply for a warehouse permit? And I believe Chairman and...
I probably said yes, because I assumed he was getting a warehouse somewhere.
No, you did say yes, and
But this isn't a warehouse.
Commissioner, no, it would be used as he's not looking for any additional retail space.
I understand that, but this is
looking for storage.
making the store the size he wanted it originally, which we said no.
It would be, the store itself would remain, this is a separate entity, separate entrance. It would not be connected.
I mean, no,
internally.
he's circumventing the application process.
And he was led to believe that, and Commissioner Held, you additionally said it wouldn't even come before this board.
Normally it wouldn't,
Right.
but with the members'
Right, and he was
conscience
doing
about
this in good faith. He was not, I mean, he came to you and he said, in effect, that he would be applying for this.
No, but maybe he said he was applying for a warehouse. I'm not going to say I didn't say that.
Right.
But I was not led to believe that it was going to be this space.
So if he did a space, a block.
I don't know, I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals. I'm talking about this space. We've denied, and I don't know if it was Commissioner Ford or Commissioner Kim, but we denied exactly what he's asking for now 3 times.
But not exactly, because what he was asking for originally was to expand the space internally, pushing.
Yeah, but he wanted to use it for warehousing, that's it. He didn't ask for additional retail, he wanted to use it to store alcohol.
Correct.
Well, that's what he's doing here, right?
Correct.
And it's connected to the store. You're going to have a separate entrance, but it's connected. So now he's going to wheel it out on a hand truck and then bring it into the retail space. That's essentially what we're talking
He's
about.
trying to run an efficient store, and he's.
No, he's trying to get around what we already told him he couldn't do. So I'm going to vote to deny for cause. I think he's trying to circumvent the licensing process that we have in place here, that the statute has in place here. If he wants to go get a warehouse 20 miles away, whatever the distance, that's a different story. But this is not a different story. So I'm voting to deny for cause.
Okay.
For the record, it was Commissioner Kim, but I'm going to stand with the chairman and vote to deny as well.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is 2339. This is a public hearing on a rulemaking package. I believe Mr. Wexler is in Albany to be heard on this.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford. I have submitted a detailed letter expressing the point of view of the Empire State Restaurant and Tavern Association on the regulations before the board. Rather than read the letter to you, I thought I would just hit a couple of the high points that are most important to our association.
We have, and we do have the letter.
Thank you, Chairman. Of course, I want to make clear that the Empire State Restaurant and Tavern Association is a trade association in New York State that has been operating since 1934, and we represent independent restaurants, bars, and taverns throughout New York City, throughout New York State. When I started with the association, we used to refer to the members as mom and pop operators. I'm not sure that that's an accurate description anymore. I think most of the moms and the pops have been run out of this business. But the small independent operators are still struggling to work within a very competitive industry. And I want to say at the outset that we generally support the proposal before the board. We think that most of the recommendations in this regulatory package will have a positive impact on the industry. But we do have concerns about the proposed amendment to Section 65.4 of the regulations as it relates to the elimination of the stipulated split case charge under the SLA regulations. As we understand the impact of this change, if it's adopted, it would authorize licensed wholesalers in New York State to charge any fee they thought appropriate for splitting a case of wine or spirits before delivering to a retail licensee. We oppose this proposal for a very simple reason. because we know that it will increase costs to small businesses across New York State. We don't have to speculate about the impact of this change because we understand that for the past several years, the authority has not enforced this provision, and the wholesalers have used that opportunity, and as I understand it, with the permission of the Liquor Authority, to charge whatever they thought was appropriate. The fee that was $1.92, that is set at $1.92 in the regulation, wholesalers are currently charging a variety of fees, with the two largest wholesalers in New York State both charging roughly $28 for a split case charge in the metropolitan New York area. So that's a fairly substantial increase. And for our members, it is impossible for us to separate out the issue of split case charges from other issues that we have with the wholesale sector. In addition to split case charges, delivery charges have been a real concern of our members. I point out in my letter to you that the current practice of wholesalers as it relates to delivery charges appears to us to be in violation of the provisions of the same regulation that is before you today. From our perspective, we don't believe that it's appropriate for the authority to change this regulation merely because the authority hasn't been enforcing it for some period of time. We understand, or we believe, that a previous administration at the authority made the public policy decision that it wasn't appropriate or necessary to enforce this regulation. That decision, as far as we believe, extends beyond the authority of the chairman of the Liquor Authority, your predecessor, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley, your predecessor, it was not your action as we understand it. It's exactly this State Administrative Procedures Act consideration that should have been undertaken several years ago. Now, we do believe that if we're going to permit wholesalers to charge a fee for splitting a case, then the $1.92 fee as stipulated in the regulation does deserve to be increased. And as you'll see in our recommendations, we've made 4 specific recommendations to the authority that we appreciate your consideration. The first is that we recommend you proceed with all of the proposed changes except for the split case charge changes in 65.4. Second of all, we recommend that the authority should initiate a process, including the various stakeholders you think are appropriate, to examine the factors that should be considered in setting a new, higher split case charge. Additionally, we think that the record is clear that the delivery charges assessed by wholesalers deserve consideration and attention of the Liquor Authority. And finally, in this pending period where we ask the authority not to change the $1.92 split case charge and to engage in a proceeding to consider a higher fee, we would ask the authority to encourage wholesalers to be judicious in changes to the split case charge fee during this period of consideration. So thank you very much, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford, for your attention. And I also want to thank Counsel Riano and Assistant Counsel Karamanol for their assistance in helping us understand and working with us as part of what we hope is a constructive dialogue to address this issue on a long-standing basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Kevin Dano.
Dano?
Yes, and I have to say I am speaking for myself because I have no portfolio from any of my clients at the moment because I did not know that this was going to be a controversy. However, I would like to say that...
I don't want to term it a controversy.
I'm sorry.
Certainly a disagreement.
I did not know that this was going to be an issue today, so I didn't have an opportunity to discuss it with my clients. I will discuss it with them, and I will probably put in a written statement. I would like to say this on my own behalf, that the 101B, which is the section under which these rules come up, is not intended to fix prices, and if it were intended to fix prices, it would be a violation of federal law. It is rather intended to stop the price wars which were in effect in New York when this statute was passed. And that when a wholesaler sets up its operations, they have to set up special lines for split cases. And every item can't be on a split case. Special people have to be hired to do this. There's a significant difference in cost. And what happens here is, in order to arrange that all of these, the mom and pop taverns and restaurants, as well as liquor stores, that can't afford to buy the full cases, they set up the largest number of items that they have in split cases and spend a lot more money to accommodate these retailers, to allow them the opportunity to have these split cases. But there's a cost involved, both in, sometimes you're delivering one bottle to an on-premise licensee, whereas opposed you would be delivering cases and things like that. And it's not for the liquor authority to set prices either for delivery or for split cases. The law is that, in fact, if you look at the statute says there should be a bottle and
Well, I mean, I
a
think
case
you're
price.
talking about something that isn't really before us right now, because we're actually looking to remove this rule.
I am talking in favor of your proposal to remove this, which I believe was I believe it should be removed, because I believe it's an illegal violation of federal law for you to be setting that price in the first place. And I think that it is something that you didn't, that the
Well,
liquor.
to be honest with you, that's not why we're removing it. We actually are removing it with the intent to replace it, which we will, as Mr. Wexler suggested, have significant industry input when we do that.
Well,
But that will not be happening today or tomorrow.
It
so.
should be removed because it is as Mr. Wexler pointed out, it is not a regulation that the liquor authority has enforced or believe that it should enforce. If you're going to go and then put another set of rules before the public to determine it, then we'll talk about what those rules are or should be at that time. But I'm here supporting that this change should be made, because the way it is now, it's a violation of law. And it also, pardon me, I think when you have these things, I think I'd like to commend the liquor authority for what it's doing, because when you have all these regulations on the books that have been declared unconstitutional long ago and are not being enforced, I believe that causes a disregard to the law. So we should have rules and regulations on the books that are being enforced and followed, and not those rules and regulations that are old and have no place in the way we do business.
Okay. And what do we have, 5 days left? So for further public comment, if anyone, well, I know you're going to have some, but if anyone else has any as well. And where should they send that?
It goes to Paul.
So to Paul Caramel? Okay.
And then after that, the record will be closed, and at some point, the matter will come back to the members to decide what the final version of the rule that will be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler, and we will be speaking about this in the future as well.
Thank you.
All right, the last item I have in Albany is 2331, Cramson, Inc.
Yeah, good morning, officer. Yeah, my name is Rohan Kramov. I'm the owner of the Cramson Inc. We are a gas station for Nova Gas Station in Fishkill.
1 second, please. What number was that again?
2331.
So this is your third sale to a minor in 2 years.
Yeah, actually, we have the guy his guy we got trained, and we did the class for this guy. He'd been for the gas station business for the long time, and some reason I don't know how, he's the same guy. He did twice for the violation.
Well, they're going to keep coming back and keep trying, so what are you doing to stop it?
So I just put for the one more extra machine on it. So now we can do the sale without 2 machines go through for that. So now nobody gonna do that.
Generally, on the fourth one, you lose your license.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna just like, we will be careful for now.
All right, I'll 10,000.
10,000. Hopefully that's the last one.
All right, you'll get a letter in the mail with the penalty and instructions for payment.
Sure, man. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Welcome.
Della, I don't have anything else up in Albany?
No, there's nothing else.
Okay, we're all set then.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to New York. The first item, 2417, Miss Coyle, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, and Board. My name is Fernando Mateo, and I am here representing Wendy Hernandez and William Segura.
I assume that they're aware of the history at this place?
Yes.
As well as their own history?
Yes.
So we canceled this license in December of 2015 for pretty much everything under the sun.
Yes.
And it was almost exactly the same type of operation that they're trying to open.
But two very different people.
Well, but before I get to that, we also canceled one of the applicant's licenses for similar behavior.
Okay.
And that was in 2013.
Okay.
So why would I have any level of comfort that a place of this size with a DJ, karaoke, 10 security guards is not going to cause the same problems it caused before, or additional ones?
Commissioner Bradley, the reason why we're here is because we know what the problems were there in the past. And the issues that happened there in the past were totally wrong. They were doing everything wrong, everything. The gentleman that had invested $350 some odd thousand 2 years later to gut this place and rebuild it currently hold licenses. They currently own establishments that sell liquor. And whatever problem one of these gentlemen had in the past, I'm sure has not reoccurred in the present, and their license is not currently revoked or suspended or anything of that sort. We believe that if given the opportunity, you will see a different establishment, an establishment that is licensed, an establishment that, first of all, was able to go to the Department of Buildings, get their gas properly installed, their electric properly installed, to legalize the place and make it a place where people would want to come without violating any laws. I understand that there is a past history on the premise, but I also understand, hold on. Thank you, sorry. It's all right. But I also understand, and I believe in opportunities, and I believe that Wendy Hernandez is a contractor. That's what he does for a living. He builds restaurants, he builds bars, he builds establishments, and he also invests in those establishments that he believes are going to be well run. Mr. Segura, on the other hand, also is licensed and operates a few establishments. And you learn from your past. You learn from the mistakes that you've made.
Well, when does that start?
Now.
Because Mr. Hernandez had a sale to minor this April.
That's correct.
And then we can go back to 2010 when his history began. So I don't know, when does the learning begin?
It's been 7 years since he's had any violations. In other words, no sales to minors. The last sales to minors, you said, was 2010.
No, April of this year.
Yeah, of this year, but before that, it was 5 years prior.
Well, you don't get credit for the 5 years.
I understand. You know what?
And then we have another issue, well, that one is 10. No, is that noise complaint from 2017, Chris, or?
We went before, yes, we went before the SLA, who I'm very grateful for. We established a meeting with NYPD here in your offices, and we went over all of the things that we believed they were doing wrong and why they were doing them. And we were able to explain to the chiefs of the department.
It was? Okay, go ahead, I'm here, I'm listening.
Yeah, to the chiefs of the department, what practice the 34th precinct was using to issue noise complaints without any gadgets that would measure the noise, without any proof that there was really any noise there. And I'm grateful to NYPD because they listened, and I believe that they have taken action to make sure that unjust summonses are not issued, because when they issue a summons, a lot of the times they realize and they know that they have the backing of the SLA. So they feel that, you know what, we're going to issue them a summons, it's going to go to criminal court.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to, we can go down this road, but it's kind of a waste of time.
I'm trying
because
to
their
answer.
history is so extensive, both of them, that you're never going to convince me that these are all unfounded allegations.
Commissioner Bradley, not Chairman Bradley, before the summons that was issued in 2017, prior to that, Mr. Wendy Hernandez had not committed his business was run perfectly. Employees make mistakes. Employees make mistakes and they get fired, they get suspended. Action is taken. Courses are given, which they have been.
No question about that, but he has a license, he has 2 licenses right now. Both licenses have violations that were sustained, no matter, I don't know how, whether they pled to them or they went to hearing, it doesn't matter to me, they're sustained. And both of those were in 2017 at both locations.
Okay.
Your other client had a license canceled for exactly the same type of behavior that this place was notorious for. So I understand businesses go through problems and things like that, but that doesn't mean that I need to give them another one. Or that it's justified for me to give them another one.
Well, Chairman Bradley, we are here and we're humbled. And the truth of the matter is that there will be 30 to 40 people employed at this location. These people have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in this location. I can't see how you can invest this amount of money and risk losing it because you're going to do or commit whatever violations you had in the past.
But they're not invested in their other restaurants?
They were invested in those restaurants.
Well, that behavior happened.
Yeah, well, it happened years ago. It happened
I just
many
told you
years
there's 2 of them this year.
There is 2 this year, and both of them we came here, and we believe that it was an issue that NYPD had.
And I understand that, and the fact is that as a result of you coming here and settling them, that restaurant is still open.
We haven't settled them yet. We pled not guilty, and we put forward.
I'm talking about things that were fined. We've already fined him.
For the sales to minor.
And also, and he pled guilty to the noise complaint. On 7/26, we imposed a $1,500 penalty.
Okay.
I just see a plea in here. I don't know if necessarily it's been imposed yet. I just see a plea in here.
So there's a CNC. Yeah. So this is inaccurate. So what license are you talking about? 1269671.
Correct.
Okay.
To the noise.
So,
do you have any?
This is in an area east of Dykeman Street where there's a bunch of garages.
It's all warehouse area, sir, yes.
I've been there.
Yeah.
So what's the capacity of this place? I don't see here what you expect the capacity to be.
180.
Only 180 people.
That is correct, sir.
That would make you one of the smaller clubs there.
That is correct.
They're not a club, though.
It's a restaurant lounge. It's a restaurant lounge.
There you go. What do you propose as far as entertainment goes and that kind of stuff?
There will be DJs on the weekends, from Friday through Sunday. And I believe that the,
What about promoters?
it'll be self-promoted. I mean, the people will come. There's enough places in the area that promote. So when they get full, you have like an overflow of people. They will then come to us.
What about guards?
We will have all licensed security guards,
How many?
no less than 10 on the weekends. And for sure, we always believe that the problems are left outside. So you'll have a nice lineup of qualified security people that will allow the right people in. And those that are not allowed in will leave with a smile, because it's the way you speak to people, the way people are treated. I myself, I'm a partner at La Marina, and we have there 40, 50, 60, 70 security people.
La Marina's at the end, right?
At the end, yes, it's on the river.
It's on the end of Dykeman, yeah.
That's correct. And we get thousands of people that come through our establishment. You're never going to say you're not going to have a problem, but you do everything that you can in your power to make sure that those problems are minimized.
I've checked out La Marina too.
Yeah, it's a very nice place.
What's the DOB issue?
I see
Is there one?
A concrete work not authorized, I see that from,
This one, I could.
This, Commissioner Ford, it's good that you bring this up, because Department of Buildings had shut this place down. Department of Buildings gave Mr. Wendy Hernandez all of the permits so that he can actually gut the place, secure the place, bring gas into the place, bring electric into the place, and make the place 100% legal. And I understand the chairman's concerns, because any place of business that is hijacking gas, electric, rent, you name it, has basically violated every rule in the book, using one license to operate three different businesses. That has not happened here. The Department of Buildings gave us all of the proper permits, everything. The kitchen was totally remodeled. The establishment itself was totally remodeled. And it's going to be a very nice place for anyone to go to and have a meal and stay there and chill and have a drink. We've worked very hard to put all the pieces together and make this place right. It wasn't done fly by night. It wasn't done with breaking any rules, breaking any laws.
what are the hours you're proposing?
We'll be open from 5 to, I'm sorry, is it from noon to?
4 to 4.
From 4 to 4 a.m., and there'll be private events, there'll be, I'm sorry?
Catering.
There'll be catering, there'll be just about everything that you can enjoy in a place.
4 to 4, 7 days a week?
No, not
Yes.
7 days a week,
Your
absolutely
your
not.
application
Yeah.
says 7 days a week.
So if that's what it says, that's what we put in there.
So 7 days a week? 4 to
Yes,
4.
that's what you're looking for.
That's not gonna be the issue.
Yeah, but the chairman is saying that's what we put in
Weekends,
there.
we wanna stay open to 4. But if, let's say, Cinco de Mayo falls on a Tuesday, we wanna be able to run business to.
During the holidays, sometimes you have Labor Day is on a Monday, or a Wednesday, or New Year's
But
Eve.
it's not necessarily weekdays, there's no way you could open until 4 o'clock in the morning, being that
I
there's
would
no
think,
business.
I would think not either.
There's no business, yeah.
Just to have the license in case a holiday falls in on a Wednesday, and then that Wednesday you'll be able to operate and make extra money.
You won't have issues with the police coming in and saying you don't have permission to do this, or you don't have permission to do that.
Can I have a moment with the council, please?
Thank you.
Record.
Any other questions, Chairman? All right. So this rear door that's within 200 feet of a school, that's going to be just used as an emergency exit? Is that the idea?
Only an emergency exit, correct.
I've tossed and turned about this one here. You know, your clients have a couple of recent violations here for sales to minors.
That was one, Chairman Ford. We have one, and believe me, the person who made the sale, unfortunately, there are no excuses. I'm a no-excuse kind of person. If you did the wrong thing, you did the wrong thing. We pled guilty. If you saw the videotape of how it happened, you would be appalled. And when I say appalled, you have two adults, older people, come into an establishment with a young person, 20 years old, 10 months and 15 days. That young person gets up and goes to the men's room. The people that are there, the older people, order 3 beers. The person who delivered the beers is an MD in the Dominican Republic that works as a waiter here. His wife was pregnant. She was losing the child. He was distorted. He didn't wait till the kid came back, and they served the beers. It's a complaint that I had for NYPD because it's not right what they did.
What's not right?
What's not right is that they have this kid get up, leave the table, and then the beers are delivered to the table. That's what's not right. The kid would have ordered.
Perhaps the kid should have been carded when he came into the bar.
He should have. Not to the bar. He sat on a dining room table.
But
he didn't sit at
he
the
wasn't,
bar.
right?
No, he sat at a dining room table. Sir, I mean, excuses are for people who fail, and I understand that, and it's not in my vocabulary. But there are reasons why things happen.
But there are so many things here with the added history of this place already that I can't imagine every one of them was an honest mistake. It's a lack of operational control.
We had 2 in 2017, Mr. Chairman. 2. A noise complaint, which we came here and we...
But your history follows you. And this history for one of your clients is in 2013 when we had to shut his place.
In 2013, the place was not shut.
We canceled the license in September of 2013.
That's you. Okay, that's 5 years ago. You know, people go to jail.
4 years ago.
4 years ago. In another 2 months, it'll be...
No, he has other licenses.
Okay. You know, I'm the kind of person that I went to Rikers Island, and I taught, trained, and employed first-time nonviolent offenders. And I got them into unions. You know why? Because I believe in second chances.
And I do too. But I believe in a time frame between the two.
I believe in giving people an opportunity.
But not tomorrow. Not when the event was 5 months ago and then to give them another opportunity tomorrow. The opportunity I see is that they both have license places right now. They're both building good history going forward.
Correct.
And then you get the second opportunity. You don't get the second opportunity tomorrow, in my book. And that's and right now, that's the only book that matters here.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to differ.
I know you
and
do.
I beg to differ, and I'm not differing because I'm an idiot or because I'm stupid or because I don't understand what you have in front of you. I differ only because I believe, deep-heartedly, I believe that if you give these gentlemen an opportunity, and I quote, an opportunity, you will see that we will prove you wrong. We will prove your feelings wrong.
It's not my feelings, it's
the history, okay, the history.
Do you have anything else?
The history of the place was wrong, and we understand that.
And I know you understand it, but when you
Yes.
bring two applicants before me that have a similar history, even if it is 4 years ago for one, it's very hard for me to believe everybody's changing. The location is now going to change, and their behavior has to change, and
Yes.
that's a lot of haftas.
No, give us an opportunity. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. I mean, when you invest $350,000,
completely understand
it's not. What we're asking is not unreasonable. If you gave us that opportunity, I would not be standing. I'm not an attorney. I'm not getting paid. I know the history of this place. And the history is bad, and I know that.
But you keep telling me your client's history isn't, and I know it is.
Okay, it's not an impeccable history. You know, it's not impeccable.
How many licenses have you had canceled?
None.
Exactly.
No, because you want to, Mr. Chairman, not because I'm in every corner of my business. It's not because of that. It's because in certain cases you're lucky. You know, I consider myself a lucky person. Why? Because we've got good energy. You know, people make mistakes, and I understand how many times.
I don't consider it luck when someone runs their business properly, you know? I consider that to be good business acumen.
Absolutely, it is. But you know, listen.
Well, I think I've had it.
Mr. Chairman,
no, you've answered all my questions. I'm fine. Do you need any more information?
Can I just mention something to you before you put the nail in the coffin, because I feel that that's what's happening here? How many employees does the SLA have? And how many of those employees don't have issues? How many cops are there in the city? And how many cops do you see being arrested? It's not the mayor's fault, it's not the governor's fault, it's not the commissioner's fault. They're doing the best that they can. When an employee goes stray and does what he's not supposed to do when he knows the rules and the regulations, you punish them. You suspend them, you fire them, you send them to take a course. You take a course of action. And you know what? We've taken a course of action. But you don't immediately fire the commissioner, fire the mayor, fire the governor because Percoco did something wrong. I mean, you know.
I think we're getting far afield here. Do you have any?
No, I'm good.
You ready to vote?
Yes.
If I were to approve this, I would require a scanner.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Talk about this license. I have interest in this license. I own 65% of the shares for this license and have
The one that caused all the problems.
Who are you?
I sent a letter, and actually it should be in this meeting, but they trying to take me out from this conversation. I have a share agreement holding up here.
I can't. You have to go to the microphone. I need to know your name. I have no idea who you are or what you're talking about.
Your Honor, I wrote the paper over there opposing to this application.
On the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ruth Morales. Ruth Morales, good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for the opportunity to be presented on the board over here.
Why? Where were you here the whole time this was going on?
Yes, and I've been trying to talk to this gentleman over here because I own 65% of this
Of what?
business. Or Miss Cole, the business that they've been trying to take it away from me. That is right here.
There hasn't been a business in this building since 2015, so what do you own?
I own 65% of the corporation. So, you sir, I have over $200,000 that I just paid that I can prove over here in rent for this location. I have a contract agreement. I have a shares agreement. I have insurance. I have pretty much everything that it should be taken in consideration over here. This gentleman over here is trying to commit fraud. And I sent a letter, actually, to New York State Inspector General to review this application because the application itself is fraudulent, including community board. If you call community board over here, they don't have nothing on record.
I got nothing from the community board, and I'm generally not in the practice of calling them and asking them for it.
They've been notified.
I actually request the FOIL, I believe, and I also request community board notification to send it over to Liquor Authority to.
Well, I'm not, so basically what you're telling me is you're in civil litigation with these people.
I go into civil litigation with these people. I own 65% of these.
They're shaking their head, you don't, so there's obviously a misunderstanding here of some
Right here,
type.
sir. I can prove everything, all the statements that I see over here.
I don't really,
Unfortunately for me, I don't understand the rule and regulations. I was supposed to bring those documents on Friday. That was the deadline. I couldn't. However, I sent it by email. I also sent by first-class mail. I have the comprovants over here, the documents. All right, I sent it actually to you, Mr. Greenwood Ford, to the chairman over here, Mr. Jacqueline Hell, and Catherine Larry.
when did you buy this interest in Miss Coyle, Inc.?
March 21, 2016. It's right here. And I also have text message from this gentleman over here. When he acknowledged that he only owned 35%, I also have voice recording also.
All right,
that
I
he
gotta
only
take a
did
second.
35%. All the document over
Do we have somebody else here now?
All right, we're back on the record.
Can I speak? Can I continue?
Sure.
Your Honor, I do not appreciate, I'm sorry. I do not appreciate.
I mean, I don't need you to say exactly what you said already. You're basically alleging that you own a portion of this corporation. They're saying you don't. I think we understand that issue. What do you have to add? You need to put your name on the record.
She doesn't have no business on this matter.
I don't know who does and who doesn't. I'm waiting for somebody else to stand up.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, members of the authority. My name is Aurelia Tavares. I'm actually filing the Sidewalk Cafe for Ms. Coy, and in this location.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually the processor of their Sidewalk Cafe, and the reason we were waiting for some of this litigatory situation to be resolved is, and it has nothing to do with the licenses. She's fighting, because that could be anybody. You could be in a divorce. I understand that they had, a relationship prior to this, that business, whatever, and but that's not part of this application today. I don't think it should be she doesn't have.
Well, who owns the corporation is always part of an application.
No, I mean in terms of, but it's still in civil litigation because she is claiming it's not even in litigation because she has no interest. Because if she worked hard,
All right, I don't, you're probably going to tell me exactly what they're going to tell me, so go ahead.
Excuse me, sir. I spoke and this gentleman
Mr.
is one pushing me.
Mr.
One at a time, please.
I didn't even
All right, I
get
can
near
see
her.
I don't need any of that. I understand your point.
All right, sir.
Let him speak now. I understand your point. You're telling me you own a portion of this corporation and that they've basically X'd you out of it. Now he's going to tell me that you don't.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not here to create a circus.
We're a little late for that.
Well, it's not our doing, sir, not our doing. I will explain to you, the person that's standing to my right is the person responsible, according to everyone and the court and whatever documents are here, for all of those things that you were saying was bad with this place. Okay? I can present, in fact, you should have it there. You should have the civil.
So you're telling me she's the former licensee?
Well, she's the former availer. Okay? License.
Negro Claro?
Exactly. And we have all the documents here.
So I'm going to stop you all here, because the one thing I can guarantee, this is not going to get settled here. So
Well-
go ahead.
So,
This is what she wanted.
Mateo.
What's happening is exactly what she wanted.
Both of you,
And
stop.
it is wrong.
I'm requesting professional this license to put on hold until
I'm sorry.
we get resolved
I
in
just
court.
want you to know
And that should be.
that.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you removed. I asked if Commissioner Ford had something to say. That's the only one I want to hear from.
Right. Thank you, Chairman. You know, I was on the fence here. I was looking for any way possible to try to, come up with the proper decision here.
She's getting what she wants.
I'm gonna have to escort you out.
I can
I'm
work out.
not
It's okay.
giving her what she wants.
Yes.
I'm making the best decision that I think I can make sitting here in this chair. And the best decision I could
got
make
it.
in this chair is to refer this back to licensing because there's too many unanswered questions, and I can't make a judgment call with all these things, these unknowns. She's brought up some substantial issues here, and whether right or wrong, I'm not going to issue a decision based on the fact that I don't know all the facts.
I understand, Commissioner.
So for me, it's back to licensing.
Okay, I'm with that.
Mr. Chair,
The
thank you.
members have voted, the matter's over.
Yes, no, I just want to say
Matter's
thank you.
over. We have people waiting.
Thank you.
Good luck. I would suggest you get all your paperwork in, backing up whatever your argument is, and make the circus move to licensing.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
The next item isn't on your list. It's moving up 2307, Telford Enterprises, Inc.
Tell the, okay, because that's probably going to get worse in the hall.
Good morning, Chairman. This is for penalty determination by the board.
Is there anything you want to?
Yes, but basically, they found after the hearing, 14 violations against her. But most of them are building code violations and.
Well, the biggest one I see is that she was operating a strip club where she wasn't supposed to have a strip
Well,
club.
That's the question. See, when she bought this place from the owner, this place has been operating as a topless operation for the past 25 years because it was legal.
Well, yeah, but her ignorance doesn't make it legal.
She went to the building department when she.
I don't think we were aware it was a strip club. Am I wrong on that?
So she went to the building department when she was negotiating to buy this place, and they told her she can operate as a topless.
But she never told us. I mean, one, it's clearly not zoned for it, and they were wrong to tell her that.
they
But
changed
two, her method of operation never said topless.
She didn't have to say anything when I met the operation, because she.
With
bought
us,
the-
she did.
She bought the corporation. She didn't.
That goes back to the application in effect in the 70s.
Right, but-
It may or may not have asked the
You
question.
know, and one of the charges concerning the method of operation.
Well, that's not the only charge. I mean,
know,
she's
there's-
got
there's
significant
there's
other.
14 other. A lot of them are building code violations and not having the proper license from the village. She doesn't want to operate a topless anymore. She wants to operate.
Well, then she's going to have to go find somewhere else to operate. So I'm going to dismiss charge 1, sustain 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, dismiss 11, sustain 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. I'm at cancel and bond.
See, all those charges, she's taking care of these violations.
After we found them.
Right.
Well, that's not the time to fix your business, when people come in and make you do it.
She didn't know about it. A lot of these charges were left there by the prior owner. A lot of these things.
Yeah, I'm at cancel and bond as well.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, we just had someone show up in Buffalo for an item.
In New York, or?
No, in Buffalo.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you want to go back there.
Yeah, you can go back to that.
What number, Secretary?
It's going to be 2343.
Yeah, Buffalo.
Yes.
2343.
She may not be back in the board meeting yet.
All right, just go back on. Donald, they're going to have to wait.
Yep. Next item in New York City, 2338, Sanford's, Inc.
We have a position.
Well, this is a reconsideration, so we're going to hear from you first before we hear from them. Oh, you're the opposition. Oh, is the applicant here? Next.
Is Mr. Veras was just here. Where'd she go?
Skip it.
All right. 2417F. This is a request for declaratory ruling.
2417.
200-foot law.
2417F. For declaratory ruling at 222 West 23rd Street in Manhattan.
Oh, no.
Chelsea Hotel?
Oh, it's me. I signed in, and I must have put down the wrong number.
Next.
Don't tell you?
It's Donald Bernstein, I think.
Okay, we can wait for that one. Next, then.
2417G, BFG Entertainment Corp.
What, Mr. Dano, figure out what number you should have signed. Then we'll get you next.
2417E.
It's, hold on. 2417G, BFG Entertainment Corp.
That's us. But Mr. Dono.
No, just go. Come on.
Okay. Hold on just for a second.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm
Morning.
Patrick DeLuca. This is my client, Gus Burkettis, and we filed an application for this location in Patchogue.
Does he not know the former owners of this place?
No.
Is he aware of the history of the place?
Oh, yeah.
How?
By contact with the mayor, the building department, the local police department, and we included in our application the support letters from virtually every aspect of the village there. My favorite is the mayor's letter, which I think sums it up. They very much want him here. He has a law enforcement background. He's also been an owner-operator on and off since he was 23 years old. He currently owns 3 other locations, and he definitely managed to get the support of every aspect of the village of Patchogue.
You own 3 diners?
2 diners and a restaurant. Oh, I'm sorry, Gus. This premise had some adverse history, and
There's a patio here?
yes.
What's the hours of the patio?
Well, we're going to focus more on dining on the patio, probably, depending on volume, no later than 11 as far as food service goes, and then move it inside for noise to comply with all the noise ordinances.
Oh, they have local noise ordinance there?
Yes, they do. 70 dB.
And you're going to have live recorded DJ, jukebox, and karaoke? Or is that just...
I think that's just how it's listed, but
Everything is going to be available because he is going to have catering there, as well as shows.
All right. What are the hours generally inside?
Well, the restaurant portion is going to open 11 a.m., full service. Again, depending on volume the day of the week. During the week, slower, probably 9, 10. On the weekend, the kitchen will operate till at least 11 or 12. We're going to have a limited menu after 9 p.m.
Okay. So half of this place is going to be a club, dance club, and the other half's a restaurant?
We're going to shy away from the dance club title, I guess. We're shooting more for live music, local acts. Will there be a few nights where we have a DJ there? Yeah, but
Okay.
We're not going to make that our primary focus or identity.
It's more for shows, different, like a Paramount type of premise,
And what's the max occupancy on it?
1,200.
1,200? And only 20, what's the security situation?
The security is going to be based on ticket sales. We have in-house, our plan is to have in-house 4 to 5 guys of our own, full-time for during the week. And then depending on whatever concerts we have, ticket sales will dictate how many additional contracted security guards will be present to manage, depending on the venue's capacity.
Okay.
You plan to be open 7 days a week?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions, Chairman?
No, I'm ready.
All right. Mr. Is it Burkettis?
Burkettis, sir, yes.
Burkettis, yeah. You own several other establishments that I see no adverse history whatsoever.
No, sir.
There's no protest here. You have support from Mayor Pontieri. Special permit application has been approved by the town. So I'm going to approve and wish you best of luck. Thank you.
So
very
we canceled this license in August of 2017 as a police focal point after several disorderly premises events. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like 9 of them. But it's clear that you are licensed and have absolutely no history with us. The town supports your method of operation. The hours outside, as long as they're limited to 11, I'm fine with that. Inside is up to you. I'll vote to approve. So just outside hours to 11.
Just outside to 11.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
Donna, you can go back to Buffalo now.
Right now.
This is going to be item 2343.
We got to take a break, Mr. DeLuca. We have somebody else first. You're on.
One,
Please state your name for the record.
Albert Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, you reapplied for the same business that we already denied. What's different from the previous application?
Well, I got a new manager. I'm gonna have a new manager and I'm gonna have security.
My problem with the previous application was that we had canceled the license because of the events that went on there, and the licensee at the time was your granddaughter, who is now currently still the landlord for your business.
No, she don't have anything to do with it.
Well, she's the landlord. Are you telling me she's never going to go inside it?
Well, I can't say she, because it's my granddaughter, she might come in there for a visit or something, along with the grandbaby. But, for her doing anything with the business, she have, nothing to do with it.
So other than the fact that you hired a manager, nothing else is different about this than the former application? Correct?
Well, it's more to it than, because I'm gonna have, new security and everything, you know? from there.
Well, I see the manager on here, I don't see the security on the application, and the manager doesn't have any experience running a bar or a restaurant or anything.
Well, the ones that gonna run the bar, they've been, they ran the bar before, for the last 25 years. They gonna be the ones that run in the bar for me.
Which were the people that were working for your granddaughter.
These are the previous owners.
Is somebody there with you?
My son, he drove me over.
I don't know, do you have any questions?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to have to vote to deny. I'm just not comfortable with this situation. As to your daughter's involvement, still your granddaughter's involvement, the ability to manage the place, to keep it from becoming what it was before. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. We did a summary suspension here in November of 2016, and as I pointed out, it was his granddaughter, the applicant's granddaughter, who was the licensee. I'm not confident that either the granddaughter or some other family member is not involved in this business, which may have been involved in the previous business, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I assure you, she gonna have nothing to do with it.
Well, yeah, but you just indicated to me that the people that were there previously are going to have something to do with it. I'm just not comfortable with it, and as Commissioner Ford pointed out.
I'm gonna have the bartenders that used to work for the previous owners.
We're just not comfortable with it, we're sorry.
I don't see why I'm being denied for something that.
If you went to another location, it may be different, but we've already denied this once, and you basically gave us the same application again, so I think that's where we're at. Thank you. Next, Tom.
Next item is 2338, Sanford's Inc.
Good morning, members of the authority.
Good morning. Is it morning?
Yes, yeah, I think so. Yes, still. I'm the representative for Sanford's Inc. Upon de novo review.
It's a reconsideration.
Yes.
What's changed, other than we did get, or ironically, the town of Mount Vernon did miraculously reverse their opinion and now appear to be in favor of it.
Actually,
but that was not, in my view, the sole basis of my denial.
Actually, it wasn't miraculous. They gave you a denial when they didn't even look at or meet with the client.
Well, that's what's miraculous.
And then when they saw the project.
They decided to write a letter without even looking at it, and then.
But they do it, it's a pro forma. I've seen it done many times where they just send you a letter because it's requested by the opposition.
All right, well, whatever. We have the letter. They're definitely in support of it. There's no question about that.
In addition to that letter, we have a letter from the mayor in support of this project. We believe this is in the public interest and advantage. The mayor and the city council would not have advocated for this had it not been for their constituents, and they know their community better than anyone. Additionally, than any of the other competitors, because the competitors merely are in business as well, so anything they say would be self-serving. Additionally, if you notice in the city council letter, they have created a new district based on development that they see forward-looking and moving ahead, where they believe that, and first, there are no real numbers for that area. It's for the population because it's a new district. It's a new commercial district, and he would be the only liquor license in that district. So we believe that the past decision by the Liquor Authority was based on another undistrict area. Now we have a new, another district.
Is the area fenced in? I don't understand.
No, it's based on, not fenced in. They have created a district
I know what you're saying,
based
but
on needs.
The closest stores are still the closest stores.
0.5 miles.
Right, in an area where most people drive.
But there are people who walk, Chairman Bradley, and this store is not bulletproofed. We're bringing Bronxville into Bronxville-style stores into Mount Vernon. The community is asking for this. You have opposition here, I grant it, but this is a community request, city council, the mayor. I mean, how much more can we believe this is in the public interest and advantage if the mayor is asking for this? And they have cut out an area.
While the mayor certainly is entitled to his opinion, that's not the sole basis of the public convenience and advantage. Just because a mayor decides, after, by the way, they told me first that they didn't want it, now they're telling me they do, and now you want me to believe the second letter but not the first one.
No, I want you to believe that upon review and consideration.
But the other things I have to look at are the other 4 liquor stores, one of which we just opened in August of 2016.
But also another part of the consideration is whether the other stores are hurting. Costco just is making $8 million. Nobody's hurting on alcoholic sales in this area. If anything, the numbers are growing. And the community's growing, development's growing. There is a need and a public advantage for this location. I also brought
We're
the
at the
attorney.
reconsideration part. Do you want to reconsider this or not?
The city council, they said they were shocked to hear the application was denied, but they're the ones who recommended it.
You don't have a say. We didn't decide to reconsider it.
Yeah. I will allow reconsideration.
I'm not.
my
My decision was based on not the letter originally. My decision was based on the fact that the 4 closest stores, let me just get to it.
I also have his attorney, at least for the record.
Mr. Veras, the chairman is explaining his vote.
We have so many. So the 4 closest stores are, there's 5 stores within 1.1 miles. We opened 2 of them in the last 2 years. And their sales, some up, some down. I don't even see how we could dictate whether there is a increased demand in alcohol based on the fact that 2 of these licensees are so new. So I don't see the added convenience and advantage to adding another one. I didn't then, and I don't see anything in your reconsideration that would change my mind. So I'm going to vote to deny the reconsideration.
2417F, it's a request for declaratory ruling at 222 West 23rd Street in Manhattan.
Good morning, Donald Bernstein on behalf of my client who's requested a declaratory ruling. This is a dining room exception to the 200-foot rule. We've provided information and documentation to show that a restaurant, El Quixote on 23rd Street, which has been licensed for many decades.
Yeah, I'm fine with this.
Which one was that again?
It's 2417F. So the restaurant's been licensed in the Chelsea Hotel for decades, and it's a question of whether it's grandfathered in for
a future hotel license.
For a future hotel license and not barred by the 200-foot law. I believe it's not barred.
So do I agree.
Thank you. I have a CNC, I don't know if you're calling that, Tom? And Soho hotel owner?
You didn't put that
I
on.
didn't have it next on my list. Some people signed kind of, just give us a seat for a second, we'll get to it. The next item is 2417E. It's a proposed advisory regarding the year-end inventory replenishment for retailers.
Oh, this is because...
I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I'm Kevin Dano.
One of those days.
I was going to make you go last, just so you know.
I appreciate that you didn't. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, and I saw F for E and signed in for F. I apologize.
Okay.
This has been, these year-end advisories have been on, I'm practicing before you for 45 years.
Not me.
Before the Liquor Authority for 45 years, and before that, I have about, or the advisories that go all the way back till the Liquor Authority began. You've always, pretty much always allowed these adjustments so that people can buy in at December prices for their January, because the prices go up in January, and it also allows delivery to spread out a little bit further and make sure that everybody, especially upstates, gets all the goods. Unless there's some reason I don't want to waste time.
No, I agree with the advisor as well. We've done it traditionally, the authority's done it traditionally for, as you said, several decades. So I don't have any questions, do you?
No, I'm good as well.
Did you want to?
I'm Adam Hassan, counsel for Southern Glazers, and I'm not going to reiterate what Kevin said. I've been practicing before you for far less than 45 years, but we also support the advisory as well.
Okay, I vote to approve the advisor.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Mr. Bernstein, you just had where'd he go? You just had that one other matter, right?
Yes.
All right. The next item is 2417B, C, and D. It's all one item.
Good morning, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea.
Correct.
To resolve
Just
three
to-
matters.
To help you, Donald, this has been one of those that you and I have actually worked out extensively
Yes.
between ourselves, and I just wanted to note that for the record, so I obviously appreciate the courtesies that you've extended to this.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Let me just find it. This is Soho Hotel?
Correct. On Lafayette Street.
Very last one.
There it is. No, that's not it.
So 15th.
So I'll approve as well. Am I correct that one of the licensees or a member of the corporation has another pending license?
Yes, and
So
if,
can we make sure that's reactivated?
I've already got it, Soho Dumbo, right?
no, that's a different matter. This is, I don't have the name of the entity. It's actually Mr. Bookman's client, where some of the owners of this hotel are investors in some of that.
Okay, so she understands what it is. She's
We'll have
got
a
it.
check to Tom tomorrow.
Okay, so I'll accept.
Thank you.
I'll find it.
Thank you.
Next item, 2316, Dimas Corporation.
Ms. Held, the previous place that I did, the BFG, when we filed, we put in a temporary for them. Is it possible for
I'll
that?
take a look at it. Okay.
Thank you, because they got a concert coming up.
So this was before us before, right?
Yes.
And he appeared that he had availed a license for a period of time?
He had availed it at this location. He had been given some
Bad
bad
advice.
advice.
You have another diner right now
Yes.
that's licensed?
Yeah.
And you haven't had any other problems?
No.
Okay. I'll approve.
I'll approve as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next item, 2318, Elena Zabala.
Good afternoon. William Joseph for Louis Cesare Mercodi and Associates on behalf of the licensee Elena Zabala. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
So we have this is a default.
Correct. We have an application. We are seeking to move to vacate the default, have it transferred back to counsel's office.
Based on what?
And discovery. We had another matter with them. I don't know if counsel had received a fax or an email last night. If you look at the agenda, their adverse history number 2 appeared to have been on a default, but our office had actually put in an appearance for them on August 9th.
For this case?
For the adverse history case listed under number 2.
Right.
And apparently, usually the licensee is very good at getting us the information, and we didn't have any information.
But we didn't, this isn't, I mean, we actually, this thing, usually I see these things and somebody's alleging it wasn't delivered, but here I have evidence it was delivered.
This licensee is usually very good at getting
Well,
us.
that's not really our problem.
I understand that.
I'll give, based on the history, it's $3,000.
Okay, thank you.
$3,000.
Thank you. Hope you have a good afternoon.
You too.
Next item is 2317, Florida Restaurant, Inc. Where's Ms. Tavares again? All right.
Skip it.
Floridita.
Next one.
Yes. Okay, 2382, Bogey Depot, Inc.
Hi, Honor. My name is Sardar Ilhan. I am one of the licensee.
So you have food now?
I always have a food. It was a miscommunication, but my lawyer missed the date, I believe.
So when,
I'm
so
a
you
restaurant
stopped,
member because that night was no food serving. I was close to kitchen.
what time do you close the kitchen?
I closed like 12. They were there like around 1 o'clock.
And do you do that every night?
No, it's weekend.
All right,
We close 11.
All right, I'll accept. I'll drop it 500 because of your history.
Thank you.
1,500.
Thank you.
He's got to vote.
I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, 1,500. Yeah,
Thank you.
You'll get a letter from us. You'll get a letter. All right, still Mr. Tavares. 2397, Vineyards of East Meadows, LLC.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Alexandra Burstein for Nolan and Heller, and with me I have Ryan Leonard, who is the sole principal of Vineyards of East Meadow. As a jumping off point, I just wanted to mention that the memorandum that was provided to the board is slightly incorrect as to the method of operation.
I did notice that.
Correct, I wanted to get that right in front. The original application did indicate that she would be entering into the Stu Leonard's trademark and doing business as Stu Leonard's of East Meadow. Per the reconsideration and per what we put on the record here a month ago, she will have nothing to do with Stu Leonard's. She will not be entering into the trademark agreement, and she will be doing business as Ryan's
I
Wines.
think that was confused from the first application.
Yes. No, that's what I figured. I was going to ask that question, but now I don't have to ask it.
Documents from the first application.
I assumed it was a screw-up. But can I just have a question for counsel? second time?
We are now, yes?
Okay, counsel, I have a question for you.
Certainly.
The loan from the trust,
Yes.
is this the only loan from the trust that's for a liquor store? Has the trust loaned other liquor stores?
I do not believe that is the case, and the money from the trust does not come from any of the liquor stores.
No, that we know.
We know that. I just, whether or not the trust is actually loaning multiple liquor stores.
I can certainly find that information out for you. To my
Well, does
knowledge.
she's shaking her head, so I'm guessing she knows.
Yeah,
So-
from what I understand, no.
Okay. Because that would be potentially a problem, and we just want to highlight it.
Understood.
Okay. And you understand why it's a problem?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you have any?
Nope.
All right. I hope I never see you again. I'll approve.
I'll approve as well.
Thank you very much.
Can you just get back to us on that trust thing, though?
I will confirm that.
Yeah,
Would you
okay.
like me to send it to Chris?
Yes, to Chris, yep. Thank you.
Next item, 2404, Vado Vines Importing, Inc.
Good afternoon, Richard Burstein for Vado Vines. This is Mike Vado, who is the president and CEO.
And so just to note for the members on the record, Rich and I have had extensive conversations about this particular CNC back and forth on a number of different items. I think that we both have come to the point where we're quite satisfied that, regardless of what it looks like in the past, that we're hoping that with this, we kind of put the past behind us and allow this particular wholesaler to continue doing the work that they're doing.
Okay.
Appreciate it. I just want to put on the record that the stipulation that's in the CNC, we will agree to those same stipulations for the new license, which is Vado Vines Importing LLC.
What are those stipulations? Chris, do you know?
I'll let Rich.
Stipulations were that we're going to have premises open for business at least 16 hours per week, at least 4 days per week, and the licensee will list its New York license number and New York address on all invoices for New York sales.
Okay. So the only thing I can say to you going forward, Mr. Vado, is the one thing that I have no patience for is when somebody from my office comes and interviews a licensee and they're evasive or just decide they don't want to talk to them. Because you don't.
Let me say, Chairman, that the questions that were asked, it was very clear to us that the questioner was confused and he asked questions. He started off by saying, I am going to refer to it as Vado Wines. He didn't say Inc., he didn't say LLC, he said Vado Wines. There is no such entity.
But there were also false responses to questions concerning sales, at least with the information I have. So I'm just saying, going forward, the tact you want to take is to bend over backwards, not to. All right, I'll accept.
50,000, accept.
Thank you.
Next item is 2298, J. King's Food Service Professionals, Inc.
Good afternoon, Martin Mailer of Mailer Buscemi.
So similarly, I just want to note on the record, Mr. Mailer and I had some pretty extensive conversations about this particular matter. Actually, Mr. King came in. We had a wonderful meeting. As far as I'm concerned, I think, even though we have a big chunk of a problem, I think from everything I can tell, it's been resolved in the past, and I really do hope that you do well in the future. And I just appreciate, as soon as we started to unpack this, that I know that there's been nothing but candor and actually, one of the better instances, I think, of us finding out information. And I just wanted to appreciate that and note that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Counsel. I just want to note, we have a number on the table. We're not walking away from that number if that's what the two of you decide. However, I am going to ask, and I told counsel that I would, to ask for some leniency here. This is a gentleman that I don't know what happened with the previous applicant, but when the liquor authority came in, he did nothing but cooperate. I would hope that the report of the investigator reflects that.
It does.
There was no intent to in any way deceive the liquor authority. This gentleman has devoted a lot of his time to Long Island, especially the East End, and has upgraded areas that were closed and reopened buildings that were abandoned, et cetera, and has received letters from, among other people, the governor for his efforts. He has been in the food business his entire life. He employs a number of people on Long Island. He had no idea and this is not an excuse because you're supposed to know the rules and regulations of a business you go into, but he had no idea that he couldn't extend credit beyond the 30-day limits that are imposed under the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law. The minute he was told this by the investigator, I submitted his book. I mean, it's more detailed than the liquor authority's actual rules.
No, and had it not gone on so long, I probably would, but it appears to me, given what he was facing and what the fine is, that this is pretty generous. And I'm not saying it should be more, but I think that everything you're telling me has been taken into account already. So I'm going to stick with the amount that we have.
Can the licensee just say something?
Sure.
Thank you.
And obviously, we respect whatever decision you come to. I will tell you, just not to play ignorant here, but we never extended terms longer to people as a competitive action. It really was neglect. I have a food service distribution business. I've started other diversifications over the last 40 years.
No, I've seen that you have a number of businesses. I'm aware of that.
And every time we've done it, we've done a pretty good job with our milk licenses, a lot of other things that are regulated. We missed the ball here. And while I do realize that until we were notified of the it did go on. I guess my thought was, and this is my pleading my case for my company, is it was the same mistake done over and over and over again. It wasn't a new mistake. It wasn't anything else. And that's why I questioned the gravity of the fine.
Well, unfortunately, the law doesn't treat it that way. And we did, though, because what you were looking at, and correct me if I'm wrong, was 2 million potentially.
Yeah.
Because it was over and over and over again. So we didn't obviously bang you for that number because of the fact that we realized that, one, there wasn't intent really, and two, that it was negligence. So like I said, I think any mitigation was already applied in my view. But I don't know what he's
Like I noted,
thinking.
we held this over just per our conversation into October, obviously, as a courtesy. So I can understand as somebody new that this looks a little bit the way it does, but I assure you I have baked in as much consideration to this as I think I can. And on top of that, I'm actually looking forward to seeing your success moving forward, because I do think, just as your lawyer said, the manual that you've provided, I mean, we probably could use it. It's an incredible compliance manual.
Thank you.
I was looking at all those factors too, the fact that you were cooperative and everything like that. And I think this was an oversight as well. I mean, realizing what the penalty could have been. I think what the offer is it's very, I don't know, I'm trying to find the right word. I think it's acceptable in our terms, so I'm going to stick with the 200,000 as well.
Okay, thank you very much for your
Good luck.
consideration.
The next items are items 2299, 2300, and 2311, Lower Level Lounge, Inc.
This was, Martin Miller again, this is after a hearing, the charges were all dismissed, or withdrawn, actually. in some
No,
cases.
dismissed, right?
Well, one was withdrawn because the authority didn't realize that an alteration had been applied for, and I pointed it out.
Okay, so dismiss one, withdraw two in the first proceeding, dismiss one in the second proceeding, and dismiss one in the third proceeding. And fine, oh, I'm sorry.
That would be against me, I think. No, that's...
You all right with that?
Oh, absolutely, yes, thank you.
All right, next we have 2309, which is Milk River Cafe LLC. We also have for that same licensee 2334, 35, 36, 37, and 51. which is a hearing case, if you want to do them all. The first is a default.
Default?
Yeah.
What default? Default?
I don't, you defaulted.
Would you like a copy?
817.
This has to have been a mistake. Anytime they've received something, I've sent in a plea of not guilty. I mean, you can see all of the other ones. I don't understand this one at all. And I certainly would have, I don't know what this one's about, but I would ask that this be, treated separately, allow me to go back to counsel's office and try this case.
I agree. I mean, I think the guards are trying to break up a fight before losing control.
So I don't even know what this one's about, to be honest.
You can send that one back to counsel's office. It's clear that there was a notice left at the location, and there was also mail sent to the principal's residence, which appears to have been delivered. So.
All right, so next is 23, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 51.
These are the ones that were all tried at the same time. And for the most part, obviously, I agree with the ALJ with respect to all the charges that were thrown out. But, I mean, let's address the ones that were not. Specifically, look, I would hope that you would recognize that other than the rule violation for the focal point, the others were highly technical. And as a matter of fact, I mean, for example, one had to do with workers' comp, but the check was in the mail, and the next day it was reopened anyway. There was also...
That's all true, but and I realize that the disorderly premises were not sustained, and that's obviously, I'm not going to do anything about that because it was proper, but that was the support for the police focal point.
Well, but can I...
So these events happened.
No, I'm not saying they didn't happen, but what I'd like to address is the following. The ALJ correctly threw out 118 subdivision 3 in that she made a specific finding that it did not in any way interfere with the health, safety, or welfare of the people in the area.
She didn't make that finding. She said we didn't show it.
Well, what?
Well, there's a difference, but either way, it's out.
Okay, but I mean, if you want to get specific about that, the police stated to a person that no one ever complained about this place. As a matter of fact, what this is, there's a series of places on the block, and there was a place down the street called the Beehive, which I think the Liquor Authority dealt with separately. It no longer has a license. And they would not allow certain people to enter their premises, and they would go across the street and cause all their problems with the Beehive. So it was, with respect to focal point, it had more to do with them just...
That was not, at least in the ALJ's decision, that was not what the police testimony was regarding the Beehive. It certainly was not a law-abiding location either, but they were not saying that the problems your client was having were due to the Beehive.
No, it was the other way around. No, I'm saying the fact that it was... Look, we may... I'm not going to get into a long argument, although I made the point in my presentation that I believe that the rule goes beyond the statute. But you're not going to make a decision on that today, and I realize that. What I'm trying to say is this. With respect to that focal point, yes, there were instances, but they amounted to less than 2 a year. In terms of directed patrols, the directed patrols were going to that part of town basically for the Beehive. They came...
That's not what the testimony was.
When the only officer that testified as to alleged specific instances, when I asked her to look at her blue book, at a memo book, she couldn't find any. That's the problem with most of these cases. They keep telling me that there are instances of things happening, but there's no specificity as to any of these things.
I have some specificity, Mr. Mailer. On December 18, 2016, an officer, when he arrived at the premise, saw more than 30 people fighting in front of the door and security guards recklessly pepper spraying the crowd.
No,
Mr. Mailer, January 14, 2017, right. A police officer who was on a directed patrol similarly was told that security guards are using pepper spray inside the premises. So, Mr. Mailer, I just don't think that's true.
Okay, no, excuse me. The chairman said that there were instances of 1066, and I agree with him that there were incidents that occurred inside that premises. I'm telling you that there were, if you add it up, were less than 2 a year.
But what I was disagreeing with you on is the fact that you said that that the police focus was on the Beehive. The police were going to this place too. They were required by the police precinct to do patrols at a place that they shouldn't have to.
First of all, with respect to them going to the premises, the licensee's manager explained that they would call the police. They have events in this place. When they have events in this place, there are large crowds. The police asked them to call and tell them when the events took place. Mr. Chairman, it comes down to this. I don't disagree with counsel in terms of December 18th and January 17th, or if those are the dates. But the policeman that testified as to those instances also stated that as of January, the place has never been a problem to them again.
Well, that's because now we had this pending.
No, it wasn't pending at that time. What I'm saying is this. There was a security company that was there for about a month. They overreacted to incidents that took place around the premises. They were removed as soon as the police said, "You get rid of this crowd, get rid of these this security." Since that time, there's been no further.
Well, that doesn't, see, that to me is a day late and a dollar short. I don't care what they're doing now. I care what happened here. And the testimony here in May of 2016 from the police, where they were required to do directed patrols at this location. They were required to do directed patrols when it was closing because they couldn't close efficiently. So, not to mention the use of mace that appeared to be completely unregulated. I mean, they sprayed it when someone screamed.
No, they sprayed it because there was a fight.
Multiple times.
2 times. Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to deny the facts that were presented for those 2 dates. That particular.
No, I'm not talking about dates. I'm talking about regular patrols at the location by the police, a focal point. The fact that they had to show up when the place closed because the place didn't know how to close.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I'm not getting into a large conversation, but if you want to get into one, in terms of focal point, you should close down Yankee Stadium, Madison Square Garden. They're all directed patrols because things happen when.
Now you're comparing and I believe this is supposed to be a restaurant?
No, it's a restaurant and a bar.
Well, what's it advertised as? Licensed as, Jackie?
It has both.
You're comparing a restaurant to Yankee Stadium.
No.
And you're expecting that I should have the same standard for a restaurant that I have for Yankee Stadium.
It's a restaurant and lounge.
Because I guarantee you, if Yankee Stadium came in here, they would have a book this thick about how to get people out of Yankee Stadium. She doesn't know how to get a couple hundred out.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The Yankee Stadium is ringed with police because once they leave Yankee Stadium, things could happen. And there's a prophylactic tactic by the police to have the police show up at when it closes. There can be no denial.
And you're telling me that should happen for every bar in the city of New York?
No.
Well, that's what's happening at this bar.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, wait. If you read the testimony of the police, the only time that it really occurred was when they called and said, we're going to have an event. During the week, there was no problem.
That is not what is in the decision. Whether that's in the testimony or not, that's your view of it. I'm not going to get into testimony. But the decision said there were directed patrols, particularly at closing time.
Right. Oh, no. It did cover it all. Mr. Chairman, if you're going to sustain the charges that the ALJ sustained, I'm asking that you consider the fact that the place has been around for a while, that there were 2 incidents very close to each other in December and January that were covered by a.
How long has it been around? I got it here since this is its 4th summer.
4 years, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Well, but it hasn't. But up until those incidents that occurred, this place had not caused anybody trouble.
And that is accurate, but that doesn't really matter to me either. I'm going to dismiss 1 in the first proceeding, dismiss 1 in the second proceeding, dismiss 2 in the second proceeding, dismiss 1 in the first proceeding, sustain 2 and 3 in the third proceeding, dismiss 4 and 5 in the third proceeding, sustain 6 in the third proceeding. In the fourth proceedings, dismiss 1, 2, and 3, sustain 4, 5, 6, dismiss 7, sustain 8, dismiss 9 and 10, sustain 11, and dismiss 12. Where are you?
Did you go to the fifth proceeding?
Oh, I'm sorry. The fifth proceeding, sustain 1, dismiss 2 and 3. Do we have any open cases on this, other than default?
I think there's also, I think there's some code violations, I believe.
So, I mean, this is continuing.
No, but wait a minute.
I'm not going to get into this with you, but you just told me that was because of security guard. Now we have another disorderly premise. We may lose it, I don't know, but that's August 12th.
I can't comment on this until I just.
Well, I know the date. I know you can't comment, but the date is August 12th.
But I don't
So it
know.
continues.
Yeah, I'm at cancel and bond.
All right,
Please.
I'll cancel him, Bone.
Yeah,
I let him go first for that reason.
I hear you, but I mean, and I'm here all the time, and there are times where something should happen, but not here. This premises does not cater to
I'm just agreeing with my fellow commissioner. I think he made the right decision because it's clear to me that this, the police focal point I have no patience for, and this place, when they have to go buy it when it's closing, and I don't care if they have 50 cents in there, I don't care who it is, that when they have to go into a place that's supposed to be a restaurant, in order for that restaurant to shut, there's a problem.
But no, you keep saying restaurant. They have a lounge.
Well, whatever it is, I don't care.
No,
But
no,
it's not Madison Square Garden. It's not the Westbury Music Fair. It's supposed to be a restaurant or a bar. And when they're having events, maybe they don't need to have events. But at this point, it looks like they're not going to have any more. But that to me is a problem for that community. So.
But again, the community didn't say that there was anything wrong with the place. She made a finding that
the police did.
Mr. Mailer, the members have voted, and we have lots of people waiting to go.
All right, let me talk to you. Okay.
All right, the next items, 23, 60, 61, and 62, Promdi Global Enterprises.
This one is a conditional no contest.
I'll accept.
Look at this, when you think with all the surprise NYPD inspections, they would change what they're doing.
Well,
but
but again, without doubt, look, this is a conditional no contest.
We're done. We don't need to talk about
this. All right, cancel the bond.
You and I talk enough. We don't need to talk about things we don't need to talk about.
Right. Next item, 2417 H.I.J.&K, Joseph Paul Winery, Inc.
This apparently was put on.
This is you?
It is as of Monday, and I didn't realize it was going to be on this quickly, but there is a conditional no contest put in.
So you are new to this case?
Very new.
So you're familiar with it now?
I'm familiar with it to the sense of explaining, let's just say it's an economic issue in terms of how much this would cost to litigate and complete.
Which is really unfortunate because since I've been here, and this place has been a blight on this community since before I've been in this chair. And it has been an enormous burden on its neighbors. It's been a bad neighbor. It's been an embarrassment to the entire Long Island wine industry. And anytime anybody did anything to try to straighten them out, they could have cared less. So I'm only accepting this so that it doesn't open again. Otherwise, I would be revoking it and make sure that this place never opened again. Well, at least with the people involved in it, because they've shown absolutely no respect for their town. It was literally a danger to that community, and I'm glad to see it go, so I'll accept cancel and bond.
Can I ask for a name stop?
And a name stop.
Yep. A what? Oh, yeah, I'm saying.
And I realize you had, maybe if they got you on board earlier, it would have straightened out.
Well, thank you.
Commissioner, you good to go with that?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Next item, 2344 South Village Hospitality Group, LLC.
Martin Mailer again. This is a request for a change in method of operation. These gentlemen were here before on this same matter. This is for a sidewalk cafe. You allowed the sidewalk cafe to stay open until a certain hour. We're asking that it be extended to the legal hours as allowed by the City of New York. There's been no problems in the 1 year that it's more than a year, I believe, that they've been open. What's interesting about this is that they went to the way community boards work, they tell you to go to the block association that's on the block. The block association, something called BAMRA, approved them, and then when everybody went in front of community board number 2, they said no. without any.
So the Bleecker Street Block Association,
The Bleecker, I don't know.
did we get a letter from them? Or they wouldn't do it once a community board?
They just tell the community board.
And they actually stood up at the community board in our favor.
And what do you want to do? You're at,
It
what
closes.
time is it closing now?
I believe it's 10, and they want to go to 12 during the week, and is it 12 and 1? I believe those are whatever the legal hours are for a sidewalk cafe as per the city of New York. We just wanted to show you that we're not bad. These two gentlemen operate a number of restaurants in New York. They have a number of sidewalk cafes. You don't have any problems with any of their places. And this, by the way, is just 8 seats, this sidewalk cafe. It's just that.
How many seats?
8. 8 seats.
8 seats.
Yeah.
2 tables of 4.
So it's just asking to be allowed what the city allows, and they don't create any problems.
And this is a club?
Well, this is
normally, I mean?
No, yes, but they run it more as a restaurant than a club. This is a very famous place called Kenny's or used to be called Kenny's Castle.
Oh, okay.
All right, and then they took it over, and they have their imprint in it. They do allow for this other activity, but that's never been an issue. I mean, running it the way they run it, you haven't had any complaints of noise or disorder or anything like that. It's just that Community Board number 2 said no, so that's why we're here.
Well, they're pissed that you're lying to them.
Lying to them?
Original representations that there would be no sidewalk cafe, which I don't.
No, that's what they want.
I
Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
I think you probably checked off the box when you opened that we weren't going to have a sidewalk cafe. That doesn't mean things don't change.
So you're asking for what, 12 and 1?
Yes.
From 10 every night to 12 to 1?
Correct.
And 1.
But we try to go along with the community board the first time, just to show you that, in fact, they opposed it the first time as well. You had to vote to allow them to open till 10. We haven't done anything wrong.
I know.
Yep. Not saying you have.
All right, whatever you...
If I offered you a compromise of 11 during the week and midnight on the weekends, is that acceptable?
It's not up to me.
May I?
Here, come here. You got to.
During the week is more important to us.
Yeah.
Because
During the week is?
Well, during the week, because we are not a club. We happen to have a cabaret license only because we do have some live music early in the week. Very, more like a smooth jazz kind of a thing for diners. But it's more important. The reason why we needed this, and we may have checked off that box when we first opened, because we didn't realize the importance of the cafe. It's only 8 seats because the significance is that we are a restaurant, and we want people to realize we're a restaurant and not walk right past thinking we're like everybody else on the block. We are a restaurant, and during the week, it's more important to us than it is on the weekend, actually, because on the weekend, we don't even want our customers subjected to what's going on Bleecker Street while they're having dinner. But during the week, it's a little bit calm.
on Bleecker Street?
It's just a busy. We're the only ones on the block without a club, almost. We're a restaurant.
How about we give you 12, 7 days a week? How's that?
I could take that. Thank you.
I mean, you're only 8 seats.
Yes. No, we're fine with that.
All right, I'll go with that, 12.
There you go.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next item, 2304, Stars Banquet Hall, Inc.
And this is my partners. I believe this is a condition. I'm sorry. I am not. He just told me to stand up.
It was a hearing.
Is there? I'm sorry.
Lost.
So it's a sustained charge 1. All right, I had a much different number in my head, but now I'm remembering this decision. $1,500. Because it looks like to me that it was a little more unpredictable than the ALJ believed.
Oh, this is the one with, this is the 1066 violation?
Yeah,
Yeah.
disorder, bottle in the back of the head.
If it were me, I'd be yelling, but it's not my case.
5 guys out of the bathroom.
And I probably, for one of those rare occasions, may have agreed with you.
All right, but
I'll go
it's
with
not my,
that. I think the chairman's being more than fair.
I don't think the facts are exactly as we would like them to be.
I think this is the last of yours, 2381, 2260 Mag Corp.
yeah, that's also my partner's, but I'm here to stand up on it. I believe, was this a conditional no contest?
It's a CNC, $2,500.
Right, and he just told me to tell you that I believe they were code violations, that they were corrected or are being corrected as we speak.
Okay, I'll accept.
500 accept.
All right, thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Next item is 2314, Go Brands, Inc. Ms. Russo, I have to apologize. I thought your 4 was a 7.
Oh.
So I had it written down as 2317.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Teresa Russo, representing Go Brands. I'm joined by Yakar Gola, who's one of the principals in this application. The application before you is for a small liquor store that's going to be located next to a new grocery store. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of items in this submission. The 2017 gross sales for 3 of the 4 stores, when they're annualized out, are increasing without even adjusting for the holiday season. The 4th location, Divine Wines and Spirits, is in an entirely different neighborhood, and they've had some police activities. They have a very small inventory, and I think that there are a lot of different reasons why they've been decreasing in sales. The population within the 4-mile radius, we provided a population report, has increased for a total of 155,937 people.
So let me ask you, the closest store, or at least our closest store, is Brighton Discount Liquor, which is 0.2 miles away.
Correct.
Why was that closed for 9 months? Does your client know?
Yeah, we do. We spoke to the owner, and he said that he just moved to that new location, that the old location down the road that he was in was demolished, and he was waiting for the new building to be opened. But when we visited this location, it was next door to a bakery that he also owned, and there was a sign on the door that basically said, if the liquor store is locked, please come next door and I'll let you in. So we had to go into the bakery where
Did he
he then
move,
unlocked
Jackie?
the door.
We don't have any, on my
Oh.
stuff, we don't have any information that he ever moved.
He moved in 2016 down the street.
Okay.
That's our understanding.
And who is this? Is this Mr. Gola?
Yes.
And
How you doing?
you live in Philadelphia?
I live in Philadelphia, yes, sir.
So,
So, we've been operating this business, for 4 years, where we actually have liquor licenses in other states as well, where we have retail stores in Philadelphia. But I travel between New York and Philadelphia, but, we have a broader management team that manages our portfolio across the country.
but I mean, it sounds like you're going to push this place as a chain, and you realize we don't really, there's limits on what you can do here?
Yeah, no, we understand that. We're just looking to open up one location in New York, and not thinking about this from a chain perspective at all.
But it's going to be managed out of the liquor store?
Sorry?
Are you going to manage this store out of the liquor store, or are you going to manage it out of Philly?
No, I'm going to manage out of Philly, but we have managers that service.
So all the records are going to be kept in Philly, or?
No, they're also going to be kept on premises as well.
You're hiring a general manager, and there's also a regional.
You all right with it?
So we have a general manager for each location, and then we have region managers that cover different states, and they report back to the
Who does your
headquarters.
buying?
We have a team in-house that does our buying, but they also work with the GM to get local products. So local beers, local spirits,
You have a team out of house
Yeah.
working with the GM
Yes.
No, in-house.
to buy
Isn't your
product
team in-house?
Yeah, the team's in-house in Philadelphia,
in Philly.
but they're working with the general manager of each location to get local assortment.
Are you buying in bulk in Philly and then shipping it here? or-
No. We're buying direct to the store.
So the team in Philadelphia are the licensees, and they're going to be working with the general managers to make recommendations for the products.
But the general manager is going to be owning the inventory. They're going to be managing the inventory system that we have, updating inventory, building the relationship with the distributor, local distributors, and that's the way the relationship's going to work.
What about internet sales?
Yes, they are going to be doing internet sales, and one of the things that they're going to be doing is promoting delivery. When we visited the other stores in the area, one store said they might deliver, but they were a one-man shop and they weren't sure depending upon the radius. The other 3 stores said they did not do delivery. So some of the things that we're doing different that the other stores in the area are not doing are we're going to be promoting delivery, we're going to do tastings. None of the other stores did tastings. None of the other stores did any education programs. So we're trying to bring a new kind of store into the area.
Do we have the general manager's information on here?
We have not hired a general manager yet. He really didn't want to offer a job to someone until he had the approval on the license. I told him that, it's not that the licenses are not always approved, so he should not be extending job offers.
So it's fair to say all of the business administration is going to be run out of Philly as far as paying bills, making orders, whatever the case may be, any legal issues you have, you'll be dealing with them in Philly. The only thing the person in Syracuse is going to do is manage the store and presumably consult with you to buy.
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I need to talk to counsel for a minute.
We all set?
Yep.
Donald?
Are we on?
Back on the record now.
And so, I mean, I have concerns about the way the store is going to operate, but apparently I've been led to believe that that probably is not a problem, since it's only one store. If there were two stores, there probably would be more we would need to get into.
And Mr. Gobar, I mean, all the books and records are going to be kept on the premises, and he's going to be there at least 2 times a month to make sure that he's supervising the general manager and all aspects of operating the business.
Now, the sales of the closest, I don't disagree with you that this year it looks like they've gone up, but I can't say that the closest has trended down. We can't really tell what he did in 2016 because he was obviously closed.
Right. And he's in a new location, which is
Right.
a more location where there's a little bit more traffic.
And then the second closest, which is 1.6 miles away, which is less of a problem, but still a problem, because it's a driving community, that has shown increase and then a slight decrease, and now it looks like it's going to increase again. Divine Wines and Liquors, I don't know what's going on there, but we just put that in there in 2015, Jackie?
A change of owner. It was my understanding that there was a shooting, that the previous owner was shot at the licensed premises, and you did a change in ownership. It's really in a completely different neighborhood than this store.
I hope so.
Yeah. I would agree it is.
Oh, you know this area?
Yeah, South
Okay.
Salina Street's a rougher part of town.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Nope. Based on public convenience advantage, I don't see that being met, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I would have approved. I do think it is too close to the closest store, but the other 3 stores are a significant distance away, and given the size, I would have approved it because this is a very small store, but unfortunately, it's denied.
Am I able to make a quick comment on that?
Sure.
So, you know, I started this business right out of college 4 years ago, and a part of the business is also delivery, and it's a technology that we built. And so while I do understand, you know, we have 16 parking spots, and we are serving public need for people to walk in, which is why we chose a place with 16 parking spots. Another component is going to be delivery. And as technology is progressing, we built the state-of-the-art, you know, technology for ID scanning that's actually working with the Liquor Control Board of Pennsylvania. So is there, can you reconsider the?
Fine candidate. I don't have any other problem in the fact that you're a couple of 100 feet away from another store. So find another location, try again. That would be my,
The other store is not offering a lot of the things that we're offering. Now, this store would be offering tastings, they'd be offering education, they're going to be carrying at least 20 New York SKUs. They're doing a lot of things.
Yeah, but it's just, the half of the point of us doing this is so that we don't have liquor stores right next to each other. Because one, it's not good for community. It has nothing to do with, you know, this is a driving community, so if someone wants tastings, they can find tastings. I mean, it's Syracuse. So that I think that the services he's providing that the closest store doesn't provide is less the concern than how close he is to the store in Commissioner Ford's view.
What about that store not being open? I mean, is that a bona fide store?
Well, that we can send an investigator out and check, but we can't really do that today.
Okay. And
Thank you.
All right, the next items are 2407, 2408, and 2409, Broadway Barbecue Corp.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Spiro Andriopoulos. I'm representing Broadway Barbecue. And I want to begin by saying we're not here to contest or dispute the decision that was rendered by Judge Harvey. What I would like to bring the board's attention to, direct them to page 21, where she states that my client admitted that the corporate change has not been reported to the authority and remains unreported as of the date of the hearing. Now, we submitted the corporate change application, the method of operation change application, I believe it was in December of 2016. They were rejected because these issues were pending. I had been dealing with Mr. Buckley,
But it doesn't change the fact that there was a violation.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, all right, so I'll accept your
Yes, no, it was
basis on
just
that.
the conclusion that she drew that we didn't submit any documentation, and we had submitted it, and I forwarded it to the judge. As a matter of fact, she wanted to see it before she rendered a decision.
But I myself, having read this decision, had some problems with it. And I don't necessarily agree with all of her dismissals. So I'm going in, you might want to, we haven't talked about this, so you might want to listen because you may not agree with me. So the ALJ in the first proceeding sustained 1, 2, and 3, dismissed 4, 5, and 6. I think she incorrectly dismissed 5 and 6, so I'm sustaining them. I think there was enough evidence of premixing and extension of premises in the record for her to sustain those charges, and I'm sustaining them. In the second proceeding, she sustained 1, dismissed 2, dismissed 3, sustained 4, sustained 5, right?
No, she dismissed 5.
Dismissed 5, dismissed 6, and dismissed 7. I am sustaining 2, sustaining 5, and sustaining 7. I think there was evidence of the failure to post warning signs. I think there was evidence of the failure to comply to local regulations, and I think there was clear evidence to support the failure to conform to the application because the MO was submitted, the method of operation was submitted into evidence. And then third proceeding, she sustained 1 and 2 and dismissed 3, and I will stand by those. I know she dismissed some of these charges because she was concerned that the notice of pleading was bare bones and that there wasn't due process, but she failed to recognize that there was either a bill of particulars served upon you or you got every investigative file prior to, at the request for the bill of particulars, correct, counsel? As far as I know. Yeah. Which every notice of pleading is bare bones. That's the nature of it. The point of the bill of particulars is to give you specifics, which those bills of particular did do.
I was not in possession of any of that information. I came, we repeated.
Well, it's your requirement to ask for it as well.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm assuming they do it in every case, don't they?
They did in these cases.
They did in these cases.
Let me see who it went to.
Yes, it certainly didn't go to me.
Did you went to the initial not guilty plea?
No, I did not.
Well, there you go.
I was not the attorney that was handling this initially.
Well, it went to that attorney,
Okay.
and he apparently didn't give it to you.
No, sir.
So I don't know where you stand on that.
Well, just to clarify on the record, you're basing these on the findings of fact that the judge makes?
Correct, and then also what I know to have been put into evidence. I do agree with her that the availing, I think there was enough evidence there to prove the availing. Unfortunately, we had no one to explain that, so I don't disagree with her on that. There was no testimony supporting that charge. And then I'm canceling and bonding.
If I may, Your Honor, if I
Sure.
may. This establishment has no history whatsoever of any
They've only
sort.
been open for 2-3 years.
We're going on the 4th year. I think it was
No,
2013.
it's October 2014 is what I got. Actually, that was a question I did have. We have the license issued in 2014, but we have charges from 2013.
Yes.
Good one. Were they operating under temporary, maybe?
I would like to ask.
So some of these happened during a temporary?
I don't know. Hang on 2 seconds. Get this system to work.
Well, go ahead, sir. Why she's looking for that.
In a rapidly gentrifying Astoria neighborhood, we run a neighborhood-friendly establishment. We have no instances of sales to minors, of any drug use or drug sales, of any fights, of any gambling.
But they're not complying with the majority of the other sections of the ABC law.
We have corrected every violation we were ever
corrected.
for.
I don't want to hear you corrected. They
Immediately
shouldn't be
after-
violating them.
Granted, sir. And again, behavior that violates the SLA regulations should be punished. We agree with that. There are consequences to our actions. But considering the fact, and I was going on the strength of Judge Harvey's decision, we feel the appropriate penalty is a fine, not cancellation of the license. The people who
Excuse me, the agenda sheet is incorrect. The
Okay.
actual license was issued in August of 2012.
So they, 2012, so they're on 5 years. These charges that I just sustained.
Yes, sir.
They go from September of 2013 all the way up till July of 2016. So this is 3 years of charges here, so this isn't a consistent, clean operation.
Well, again, the bulk of the issues that we're dealing with were corrected immediately in 2013 and 2014 when those were issued. As soon as I arrived, I immediately met with Mr. Buckley and I submitted the applications he wanted. We brought all of our paperwork with us. We were forthcoming at every point that we were dealing with the SLA. There was absolutely no time that we concealed anything. And again, I reiterate, these people, the owners of this establishment, who are family and close friends, have made an enormous investment, and they stand to be financially ruined if this license is canceled. I'm just not understanding how an establishment like this that is not, we're in constant communication with the 114 precinct. It's a neighborhood place. We're not on their radar for any reason. This is a gathering place for mothers with their children in the daytime. People come in, it's just a neighborhood facility. It's not, it doesn't have, I've been listening here all afternoon, and I have to be honest with you, our establishment is run as a restaurant for people to come in.
It is,
and
but
congregate.
they've ignored every other section, so there is no disorderly premises, you're right.
No,
There is
sir.
no shootings, there's no fights, but they have ignored every other section of the ABC law. And that availing, if we had a witness, and that, obviously that was dismissed, if we had a witness, that would have been sustained too.
Which of the particular,
With the tax returns that have everybody else signing checks except the people that were supposed to. And that was dismissed, and that has nothing to do with it. But don't tell me that they're following the law. They're not. If someone went in there and checked it now, they would probably find that they're still doing what they were doing before. But I don't know. I have another commissioner here, so if he has a different view than me, I'll certainly take him into account.
Well, unquestionably, the unlabeled taps, the refilling, hard to know what someone's consuming there. So I'm in complete agreement with the chairman about sustaining 5 and 6, extension of premises and the pre-mixing. This extension of premises would just come up twice. Is that something they've remedied? Have they?
Are we talking about the rear of the restaurant? The rear
Yes.
court?
Yeah, has that been
There
resolved
are
or what?
signs posted everywhere.
I don't
Customers
care.
are not.
No, has it been filed with the authority?
No, it's not open for business. We do not, there are no customers there, there's no service there, we have security.
Our guys went in and bought drinks and walked out there, and nobody told them not to.
On the one occasion they did. Two
occasions.
Because the fire door, the fire department requires.
But signs aren't enough. That's the point I'm making. Somebody needs to tell them, no, you can't go there.
We did. When people see them go back there, they do that.
I'm just going to read from one of the complaints.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty clear that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, this particular establishment has many kegs of beer in their backyard, and most likely inside as well. Strange for a business that is a coffee shop. I'm just finding this.
Hold on, excuse me. I think you're confusing the Strand, the Broadway Barbecue, with the Bakeway next door. The bakery you're talking about?
That's the other issue. It sounds like they're moving food all over Astoria.
Okay.
Because they don't cook it there, they're cooking it in a bakery down the street.
If I may, I can explain all that.
I don't want to be explained. I want to know what he's going to find.
Yeah. If I was thinking of a really steep fine, to tell you the truth.
Throw one out there. That's what he's looking for.
Like 20,000.
Well, I got to tell you, it pales in comparison to the 500,000 they would lose if they lost their business and were not able to sell it or run it. Or I have to be perfectly honest. This is what we came here to try to. I sent in conditional no contest pleas. I was hoping that there would be a point in time where we could discuss this. Yes, I did.
This all went to hearing.
No, sir. I was not
gotten to you.
Oh, because they were too low. That's why they wouldn't have got to me. So, all right, I'll go with 20,000.
20,000 it is.
But and we're going to be back there again, because I think what's happening with the food being curried from one place to the other, it makes no sense. I question who's actually running the place. So I would make sure that they straighten that place out very quickly.
I certainly will, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Have a very nice
The next
day.
items 2352, 53, 54, 55, 244 West 14th LLC.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Kevin McGrath for 244 West 14th Street LLC.
And just to help note, again, just for your benefit, Kevin, this is a particular plea that you and I actually sat down and discussed ourselves in these particular matters.
This is a matter which I was going to say, I met with General Counsel and we resolved it. The particular problem here is that we have 4 violations which we tried to resolve numerous times. The first one, ending in 636, was for filing the renewal without giving the 30 days notice. We got the pleadings in December of 16. We put in a no contest plea and offered to pay $500. We actually had the check written and drawn in January of 17, but it was never brought to the board, and the check that was delivered to the authority was rejected, returned to us, and it was never put on the board since January of 2017. The next one, ending in 369, was there was a person who was unruly. They were removed from the premises when they were outside. They punched a police officer.
No, you're missing. This is the patron trying to steal a purse.
No, that's another one, Your Honor. The other one is, that's
oh, no, you're right.
ending
You're
1042.
Yeah, okay.
All right?
All right, well, I'm fine with what you've worked out with counsel. I'll accept.
I would like to be heard just for further. There are these 4 violations. They seem to be minor.
There's five violations. You have four cases, 5 violations.
5 violations, you're correct. I thank counsel's office for coming to this conclusion. However, if it wasn't for the obligation to settle these cases, because we're in the process of closing a $14 million transaction, we would have tried some of these cases. We surely would have tried the one where the police officer was hit by the patron. We surely would have tried the theft of the purse, because in both, and we would have tried the other one, which dealt with the hat check, not having a hat check and being asked to leave. In all of these cases, the licensee completely helped the police department to make the arrest. And in all of these 5 cases, there was only 1 summons issued to the premises by the police department. All these others were brought by the authority itself.
Well, the only thing I can tell you is, you can either do your $14 million deal or you can try them.
No, that's why I'm here.
Then we'll take the $8,500. That's what I thought you were going to say.
Definitely. I have the check. I'm told that you won't take the check. I will have the check.
No checks for me.
Your Honor,
Send it in.
there are 4 corporate changes that are being held up because of this.
They will, Ms. Held, I'm sure, is already on it.
We're on 'em.
They will be moving forward.
Today?
No, I doubt that. Unless I let her go now, and even then I think she probably would say no.
No, but is that?
It will happen, they'll be put right back into review, yes.
There are no other objections to the corporate change.
Wow, she wouldn't know that off the top of her head,
Top of
so.
head. I will have them reviewed downstairs, like I mentioned to you before. Now this is disposed, we can reactivate those.
Thank you.
All right, the next item, 2348 El Paraiso Restaurant Corp.
Timothy Allen for the licensee. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This was a default which resulted in a fine of $8,500.
23 what?
2348.
Okay.
So the certified mail was returned to the Liquor Authority.
Yeah, it was, but
at
this
point-
goes back to, and I'm probably going to grant it, so that you're better off being quiet.
Okay.
But this, he got it at his house. So,
It looks like he should have.
but I'll grant the reconsideration and go back to counsel's office.
Recon granted, back to council.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
And he's not starting out well with these
First
charges,
year.
and he just opened.
Just opened a year ago.
Next item is 2328, 2329, Jen Restaurant Bar and Grill Corp. Anybody? Mr. Molina here, Victor Molina? Okay, how about 2400, the Bottle House of...
Did somebody sign this up?
Yes,
23, 28, and 29?
I believe it was Mr. Molina did.
Okay.
I'll double check though. 2400, the Bottle House of Larchmont LLC.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, put your name on the record and let him go first. No, you guys put your name on the record.
My name is Shalinder Ahuja. Sunny Ahuja.
Do you have your representative with you?
Good afternoon.
You are?
Steve Forcello, principal of Liquor Company of New York. So I feel that this license should not be, this premises should not be licensed for the following reasons. First of all, we're talking about Larchmont, which is a small village, population 6,000, and there's already 6 full-service wine and spirit stores in the small village. So the market is clearly saturated. There's actually 8 full-service shops in the surrounding area. 3 of them are warehouse-style stores.
8, and can you give me like a miles radius?
It's a square 2 miles.
So you have 8 stores within a square 2 miles?
Very saturated, yep.
Okay.
2 of them, and 6 of them are in Larchmont, and 2 of them just fall into New Rochelle, which is the bordering city. So I'm
And what are
thinking
the 2, what are the names of the 2 big ones that you talked about?
Wine and Spirit Discount Warehouse and Wine Bazaar.
Okay.
So at some point, a cap should be put on it, in my opinion.
Well, I don't have that ability, unfortunately.
Okay, well,
And what was it, Wine Bazaar was the second one?
yeah.
Okay.
So 8 stores in the area total. Secondly, the store doesn't offer any new public convenience or advantage that I can see. The location doesn't have any supporting retail around it. Their closest neighbors are A&J Plumbing and Heating Supplies, Nardone and Sons Auto Body, and Harbor View Properties. So 2 of those aren't even retail, and the plumbing supply spot doesn't really work with a liquor store. It's not in the shopping center. There's no one-stop shopping convenience being offered. They're extremely close to Post Wine and Spirits. It's a straight line shot. The closest retail to them is not walking distance, so it requires customers to get back in their cars. As we all know, retail is changing throughout the whole country. Amazon is aggressively trying to open a warehouse in Westchester, so who knows how that could affect our business. It is my opinion that there is no more room for a wine and liquor store in Larchmont that doesn't offer a unique one-stop shopping experience, or at least have surrounding retail so that the business owners can work together to create a unique experience for consumers. For these reasons, I feel respectfully that this premises should not be licensed. Also, we were just licensed. It's Liquor Company of New York, Inc. We've only been operating for a year and 2 months, so I feel we haven't even been given a chance to hit our stride yet.
You bought your store?
No, opened it, no.
You opened it new?
Yeah. It was, there was a lot of opposition. The only reason we were opened,
Hold on one second, that's not.
Says it was licensed since 95, right?
Your Liquor Company of New York?
yeah,
On Palmer Avenue?
yep.
Okay.
So,
So you opened in September of 16,
yep.
and are your sales, because we really don't have a lot on them, we just have what you did in 16 and 17, are they
It's
going
only
up,
a
or are they
year.
steady, or what?
They're steady. They've gone up since the first day we opened, obviously, but
Right.
it's not much of a
of a size there. Like I said, there was a lot of opposition when we opened. The only reason we were licensed is because we're next to a specialty grocery store, the Chico's, and there's also a pharmacy in there, a pizzeria, dry cleaners, nail salon. So, you know, we're benefiting other business owners in the area.
Plus,
I think that,
this is your first full year open, so of course you're going to go up.
right, yeah, exactly. You know, I think everyone in our shopping center was happy to see us there. They all said that to us. I think we've helped the grocery store. I know they've helped us. I just don't see, I think they missed the mark with this. I don't see any neighboring retail that is supporting it. I don't see anything new here.
And do you do tastings and
Yep,
you carry New York stuff?
we carry New York stuff, yep.
Okay.
Wolfer, Hudson Valley, all that, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Gentlemen?
And just for the record, he showed up, but we do have protests from 3 other stores as well. But,
They
go
have
ahead.
they have every right to do that, yes.
Oh, yeah, and they do regularly.
I'm just helping out my brother here. He's a little weak in public speaking.
No problem.
So are we.
I highly doubt that. Okay. We're really excited to open this store. It's a totally different neighborhood. If you can look at the exhibits that we have provided. Exhibit B and B1 shows the different locations of the existing liquor stores. As you can see, we are much further away from all of them. And our focus is to south.
Well, you can't really, what do you mean your focus is to south?
Well,
the people have to come to you.
Yes, I understand that. And the neighborhood that we propose to cater is much, much smaller and much, much further away than they are servicing.
How much further away? Because the closest store is 0.6 miles, and this is a driving community, so what's that, 3 minutes?
Give or
So
take,
how
yeah.
far is the neighborhood you're talking about?
South, I mean, towards all the way to the water.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's Post Road, so. As you can see, we have hundreds and hundreds of residences that are south of us. We've provided 129 pages worth of houses that we would be catering to.
Yes, we did
And it's a
get that.
very affluent neighborhood. In our neighborhood, there are 6 automobile dealerships, 4 restaurants, and that's within our neighborhood. There are 2 franchise stores. There's a Staples, there's CVS, there are 2 delis, and there are 2 nurseries. And the fact that there are 2 nurseries shows that this is a very neighborhood kind of a community. And there's also a grocery store, Mrs. Green's, right across the street from us.
What made your brother want to open a liquor store?
He had had some experience working at one, part-time, and he found the business quite interesting.
And how do you find this place?
Driving by.
What liquor store did he work at and when?
In Connecticut, part-time.
Crescent Liquor. Crescent Liquors.
When was that?
In 2016, sir.
I don't think we have that.
It was just part-time.
Well, I don't care if it was 1 day a week, it's supposed to be on here.
Oh.
But, all right. In a minute, if you need to. Any question?
No, you can comment.
No, I still got questions. So what are you doing different that these other stores are not doing?
Well, most of the other stores don't carry a huge variety of New York-based wines and liquors. They have either, a couple of Rieslings, one or two vodkas, that's about it. And there's a huge market for it.
So you're saying that the 8 liquor stores in a 2-mile radius don't carry New York products?
Well, the 4 liquor stores that are within the area, yes, they do.
What's the population situation in Larchmont? Has it gone up that would require, because it sounds like it's a small town, is there a need for a 7th liquor store in the town of Larchmont?
Well, population has increased 4.3%, yes.
In what period of time?
In 1 year. I'm sorry,
So,
since 2010.
So 10% of 6,000 would be 600, so we're talking about 300 people?
Well, right now.
Give or take, maybe
Give or
400?
take, yes. But these are, 70% ownership, average household is about 2.8.
I don't know this to be true because I'm certainly not rich, but I don't know that rich people drink any more than poor people. But that may be the case. I don't have that luxury.
I don't either.
And so, Jackie, did we open his store? Is he correct? The opposition?
The opposition. Again, which one, I'm sorry, which one are you again?
Liquor Company of New York.
He's right here.
It was a liquor store years ago, and then it was a couple other stores in between. We just happened to find it vacant. So that's
I'm sure, the information I have is different, that's why I'm asking. I'm sure your information is accurate. You would know better than we would.
And the fact, his sales are going up. I mean, he'll be doing about 800 to $1 million this year, and every other store is doing substantially well.
Well, actually, every store, the 4 closest are all going down, and I don't really think I can judge what his store is doing yet, because he hasn't even been open he just is open a full year.
I mean,
But we only got numbers for 2017 up until June 30th. But every other store, the other 3, one is 0.7 miles away, one is 0.8 miles away, and the other is 0.9 miles away. And every one of them has shown a consistent decrease in sales.
But it's still pretty substantial. I mean, $5.2 million, that's healthy.
Yeah, but it's almost a 4,000 square foot store. I'm not telling you it's not healthy. I'm just telling you the trend is down, and I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the demand. If the sales are going up, of all the stores, it tells me more people are buying alcohol in this area. This is telling me less people are buying it.
You did approve that license. There was a gap. The prior license had surrendered in 2011.
Okay.
And, yeah, June of 16.
Okay, I don't have anything else unless you do.
I mean,
you guys, well, I'll let him.
The Larchmont Wine and Liquor, I mean, his sales have consistently gone up from 325,000 to 539.
No, where are you getting that? Yeah, it's 325, now they're down, last year they were at 339. Now, this year it looks like they are going to be up. I don't know why, it's significantly higher, but the number I have is
Is that 3 or that's a 5?
2016, I have 3, but maybe we're misreading it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, that, 325, 424, 482, 539.
I'll assume that they're up, but that doesn't really change the totality of the area. And we did just open his store a year ago.
Yes.
Which is the closest one to you.
No, not really.
Well, it's we have it as the closest. I guess arguably it could be points, the other one could be closer, Post Wine and Spirits, but we have
That's
this
been
one.
around for almost 100 years.
Okay.
Right there and I'm sorry, that's the proposed, and that's the new.
Okay. I'm ready.
All right. Based on the fact that we just issued this license like a year ago, and on the 2 closest stores, their revenues are definitely on a decline. I'm not sure I see the need, public advantage, convenience and advantage, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. You're a good candidate for a store. This just isn't the right spot. You're the closest store to you we just opened. And the next two closest stores, their sales have steadily decreased, which is probably the effect of his opening. And there's only 6,500 people in this town, and there's 6 liquor stores. I mean, they don't need another one. This is why they ask us to make these decisions, to make sure we don't put 7 liquor stores in a town this size. So I think you're a good applicant, you just need to find another location, okay?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Next item is 2401, Bronx River Liquors, Inc.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Just want to say thank you for seeing me and giving me your time.
There was somebody who protested this, anybody here? No, go ahead.
Well, my name is Michael Donahue. I am the sole principal of Bronx River Liquors, Inc.
How old are you?
23.
A long time ago. Why liquor business?
Well, my friend from high school just recently opened up his own store, which inspired me.
Where's that?
Gotham Wines and Liquors.
Where is it
It's
located?
in the Bronx, New York, the Parkchester section. And for the past 5 years, I've been working an overnight shift, being careful with my money, saving it up, looking to invest it, and it seemed like the right time and right move to do so.
And you're going to do Bulletproof?
Yes.
Who else is Bulletproof? Do you know who the closest stores are?
The closest stores are the M&M Warehouse, El Progreso, and Mario Liquor Store.
And are they all Bulletproof?
I wouldn't know.
Well, one is 4,500 square feet, so I know they're not. What about the one at 1502 Westchester Avenue? Is that Bulletproof? That's the closest one to you.
That I don't know.
It's about 5 blocks away.
It's along 5 blocks.
It's probably not.
Why do they need another liquor store in this area? Because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, you have 5.5 a mile.
Yeah, but on the block that we're proposing to build one, there's a bunch of businesses opening up within the past year. There's been a new pharmacy, deli, and a pizza shop, as well as the existing shops, which is a tire repair shop, another deli, a Spanish restaurant, and the bus depot is right across the street. I've interacted with a couple of people from the community because I've been going to the barber shop, which is 2 doors down from the suggested premises.
You're going to the barber shop for what?
I've been going there since before.
You and me both.
I'll give you my barber's number.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's going to be able to help me.
All the businesses there are attracting local residents, and the local residents around have been complaining that they have to walk to Westchester Avenue, or they have to walk up a bridge, up a hill, especially in the winter. They're not fond of it.
Do you live in this neighborhood?
No, I live in the Pelham Bay area.
And so how did you find this place?
I found the place when I was going to the barber shop.
What, anybody in your family own a liquor store?
No.
So why the liquor business? Just because your friend is in it?
He inspired me. He was an inspiration. He was in the same position, saving up money, and he invested it. Once I saw, it was doable and tangible, I decided to go after it.
Okay.
I know it says that we're going to have 1,600 feet square footage in the store, but only 800 feet is dedicated to retail.
Right. What are the other 800 for, storage?
Yes, in the basement.
Oh, okay.
I would also like to mention between the Cross Bronx Expressway and Westchester Avenue, there are 1,600 residences that we would appeal to, especially with the local businesses lined up with us. We would help them out as they help us.
What is this, this big building just north of you, just past 95?
Big building past 95?
1409 Bronx Street.
There's apartment complexes right across the street along the highway.
For a second, show this, explain this to me. What's that right there? Any idea? Is that your location? Is that right?
Right there, that's on the other side. That's the bus depot.
Okay. Thank you.
What do you do in the hospitality business?
I am a concierge.
The hotel?
Of residential condominium on the Upper East Side.
I'm ready if you are.
Jackie, this place was previously licensed?
It was, I learned that after the fact, after the application. Once I started speaking to people in the barbershop, they told me the last one didn't meet consumer needs, run poorly, they weren't a fan of it. Every time they went in, there was nothing.
When did it close, you know?
To my knowledge, about 3 to 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah, okay, I got it. No, it closed this year.
No, the license expired this year.
Expired, and there was a liquor store
Oh, all right.
before that, and this goes right down.
All right, I'll approve. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, you gotta wait for the next guy. Send me your barber's number.
I'm looking at your location amongst everyone else in the area, and I think you're like the center spoke to the other competitors, other licensees in the area, so I think you're only 800 square feet. I think that there will be a public convenience and management, so I'm going to approve as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
The next item, 2375, Sylvan Design LLC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So you put in an offer for 4,000?
Yes.
I'll accept.
I'll accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll get a letter from us.
Okay to renew?
You'll get a letter from us. Next item, 2341, Epstein's Bar LLC.
I know, why don't you, I'm just gonna take 2 minutes. I know this is gonna go on a while.
Donald, yep, back on the record.
Okay.
I'm going to try and make this as brief as possible because I know you've gotten all the paperwork from everybody.
But just put your name on the record, because I'm assuming these people that moved up to the front row are not here to
not
listen
here to-
better.
My name is Terrence Flynn. I'm the attorney for the applicant.
Okay, who's in opposition? So come on up.
Could we just get, who's here with you first?
Yeah, he's going to put.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Richard Orgemma, principal.
Joshua Ashertel, principal.
Joshua Ash, okay, I got you. Come on up. Put your name on the record. If you start repeating yourselves, I'm going to stop you. But put your name on the record and say whatever you need to say.
Okay, let me get my papers. David Troutman, 86 Stanton Street. I live 2 buildings away from the proposed premise. The applicant had proposed that he had a lot of community support, I think maybe 200 signatures or letters, and I'm here to dispute that. From reviewing the applicant's...
How about if you and I agree that there is significant opposition, but there's also significant support?
I don't know that there's significant support.
Well, I have many signatures as well as signed letters that say they live in this, at least their addresses are this neighborhood. Now, I don't go door to door and knock on their doors. Well, but I have both, and I don't go and do it for your opposition either. So
Right.
I know I have significant numbers of paper for both. So you can tell me that you don't believe that it is, but we're not going to go knock on the doors. This is what I have.
Understood. The numbers that I came up with were based on people who lived outside the 500-foot area or two-block area that the community board uses, people who were not residents, people who were businesses, and the number I came up with was closer to 50 letters or signatures of support. On the other hand, as you know, we have now 100 signatures from the community in opposition to the bar. The 3 of the buildings that are closest to this proposed location, 189 Allen Street, which is directly across the street. This is a bit large public housing building. We have 57 individuals who said that they do not want the place to reopen.
Like I said, you have a lot of opposition. I'm aware of that too, so we don't need to go through all that.
Okay.
We have, as Mr. Flynn said, we have the paperwork, and I have all of your stuff. I've read it all. I have all of his stuff,
Yes,
and I've
sir.
read all of that.
Yes, sir. I'll present you then with just some photos that we have. This is a photograph, and I'm happy to give you.
You can bring it up.
Okay. I'll pass these 3 pages and this set here. And the first 2 pages show photographs that were taken when Epstein's was open in the past, with people drinking out on the sidewalk outside of the public, the sidewalk cafe area. And the second page of that shows quite a few photographs with people drinking out on the sidewalk. The third page on the upper left-hand corner, there's a banner with Epstein's in the background and someone on the outside chugging several beverages. I can't identify the beverages right there out on the sidewalk also. And additionally, may I have that set of drawings?
Oh, did you see these? I'm sorry.
And
Terry, do you see these? You can look at them if you want.
well, you saw them from the community board meeting.
Oh, they're the same
Okay.
ones then. But if you want to come up
Okay.
and look at them, look at them.
And then these photographs are, in general, you have this set here, are things that just happened in our community. Here this past weekend, I got 3 guys walking with their Pabst Blue Ribbon partially covered under a brown paper bag. This was about a block away from the proposed premise. And you can see also some of the crowds that are gathering. And the one business, well, I do have the time on. You'll see the business on the right. Pizza Beach has their doors and windows open. Very loud music coming out. And this was after 10 o'clock at night when they stated they would have their doors and windows closed to our community. Another premise, photos here, just showing the crowds that gather outside of Hair of the Dog. Almost a duplicate picture, but it also shows the Pizza Beach with their doors open. And these 2 places are just one block, one very, very short block, maybe 70 or 80 feet away from the proposed premise, and just more pictures with the crowds, pictures with the doors open with the times registered well past what's reasonable for the community and the community board, photos of the Santa Con event that come to the neighborhood regularly. We have the photos. Okay, party bus, and so.
If just one person can speak at a time,
Yes, sir.
please.
Oh, and I think that's it.
Okay. I mean, you're all with next.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Villegas, and I've been living in the neighborhood for 15 years, only 2 blocks away from the proposed bar.
Two buildings or blocks?
2 blocks.
Okay.
2 blocks. As we all know, there's like there's nothing new for anybody. The conditions in that specific part of the Lower East Side have become pretty much poor. The life quality is poor due to the amount of liquor licenses that we already have, the existing ones. And not only that, but because also the lack of control by the authorities of the existing ones that have been always disruptive, and nothing seems to help the community have a breather.
So maybe you're the guy to ask this, or the rest of you can answer this question when you have your chance to come up. Should we, if we were to deny this application, what do you think is going to happen? Because this place is licensed. You aware of that? And right now they're licensed, and there's no limit on their hours.
Okay.
There's no limit on much of anything.
Okay.
And they're going to just open.
Okay.
I'm just asking you. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. That is licensed. I didn't grant that license. That license has been there. It's been in safekeeping since they've been fixing whatever problems they've had. But my point being that there'll be no control. And I agree with you that obviously that's a problematic area that we deal with every time we have a bar that opens there. There's no question about it. But there's things I can do to try to limit that, which I can't do if we were to deny it. Because this is just an application for somebody else to open, but they have a right to open already, just not with these people.
Okay, yeah, but from what I believe, these license they have been using this license in the past with many violations that I know.
That may be. I'm not denying that, but that's
Yes.
not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss the fact that they've applied for new people to run it,
Okay.
and there's certain limits that we can put on that we didn't, or whoever approved the previous one didn't do that.
Okay.
And if we were to deny this outright, which is what you're all asking, and I'm not saying we're not going to do that, if we were to deny this outright, someone will open this place as is, and they will be able to stay open till 4 o'clock, 7 nights a week, and do whatever they were doing before, and then we will have to enforce as we can. But right now, we could limit their hours. I'm just telling you what the possibilities are, because what you're asking, I understand, is not to open it. And I don't know if you may be biting off your nose despite your face by asking us to do that if we were to agree with you, because it may end up being exactly what you're trying to avoid.
Okay, my main concern is that, the application might be approved already, and there might be limits that some stipulations or conditions for them to operate in this establishment. But the problem that we have in the community is that we have already countless amounts of liquor licenses with stipulations, with certain amount of hours, how they can operate, and they constantly violate it. This is something that's been going on for years.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm telling you is we're all in a difficult place here, because if I say no to them, they don't need me to say yes. They would like me to say yes, but they don't need me to. They can just go back and operate as they were before legally, and there's not much I can do about it.
My main concern is just to bring more disruptiveness we live in hell right now as it is. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm spending time coming over here, just try to see if I can help the community. And I don't know if I have time for this, but there's just a letter from one of the neighbors that she couldn't come, but
can you we'll read it, just bring it up here.
All right.
Thank you. Who's next?
I would like to answer that question if I could, please. My name is Yen Boyd. First of all, we understand the
He
position.
didn't hear your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Yen Boyd, B-O-I-D. We understand the position, and that has been Mr. Flynn's position at the committee board too. Like, if you don't grant us this, we're going to open with our license in safekeeping. We find this a very curious situation. If they could have done it, they would have done it. They never did anything under the old license when they were supposed to under safekeeping to correct their problems with DOB. And that's our main concern is just...
You can call them on their threat. I'm not saying that. And you may be right.
And I do believe I believe this is a way to get this license. And one of the main applicants that's not here, I don't know, and Terry can answer to that, is one of the former applicants that has his license in safekeeping. So I'm not sure why he's not here today as part of this. But they never corrected their DOB things for a specific reason because they knew they could not because it had been disproved. They owe over like $100-something thousand. We got from DOB, the main thing that you should really put into context was while Epstein's was operating, it was a very dangerous situation. They had an illegal kitchen in there, and it wasn't until we figured out what was going on. We had to Con Ed had to come cap the gas. They've had to revert the space back to its original.
We're aware of all of that.
Okay, so it was very dangerous. So when we noticed that this new applicant decided to fix the things when the other applicant wouldn't before they went to the community board and tried to get this approval, we noticed that things were self-certified. So we reached out to DOB. In that process, there was an audit. The audit came back saying very clearly what they're trying to do to legalize the space is not possible. So in order for them, the former applicant, which they're going to have to do, is to try to legalize that whole building by applying for a CFO, which they're trying to avoid to do, which they've been disproved of twice because they also have to pay that thing. So we honestly believe this is a way for the older licensee to basically sell his trade name and this asset in order for them to open. He only has a 10% stake. So we feel this is just a sleight of hand, and it's going to be us, the community, that's going to pay for this. I think the administrative law judge's 500-foot report was very clear about that, or at least supported that premise. So for us, this is one of the worst areas, and we believe that if they can't correct it, because they'll have to correct the whole building, and it is use group 10, and I do not believe that is the intention to do this, because one, the way they're doing is they don't have the access to do this. So we're a little concerned about all of this, and I mean, I hope you will read that letter, because it's from a mother and a business owner in the neighborhood, and she couldn't be here, and she wanted it read out loud, but I hope you will read it, because...
I just did.
Okay, and the conditions are unlivable here. To add this to this corner is, I can't even explain to you, there's already 6,000 people can be dumped on here, and there's more than that dumped on here in the corner. We just had a shooting 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's all related to the chaos of this area. We have stabbings on, I mean, so I just hope that will think, we would rather take the risk, because I honestly do not believe under that old license and partnership is going to open. And I know that we have DOB on with this audit on, and there's very serious violations, and they have to correct it, and they've been disproved. Their certificate of its corrections have not been approved. So I believe this is all a sleight of hand, and this is on the back of this community.
If that's the case, no matter what we do, they're not going to be able to open.
Okay, and so we're trying to fight it at both angles. We hope that we can prevail on you to deny this new license as it is. It's a new license.
Is anybody from the community board here?
No, we spoke with them last night. They could not be here. We tried to get them to come here. They wanted the resolution to stand. We did it, Mr. Bradley. What can we do? We stood there for 2 hours last night and waited.
Okay.
But I hope that you'll understand that I invite any of you to come down, stay in my apartment.
I have been there,
It's
and
unlivable.
Commissioner Ford was just there yesterday, so we don't need to hear, who's next?
I spent yesterday afternoon down there.
My name is Jonathan Sarno. I'm a resident on Orchard Street, around the corner from the Epsteins. I don't have to tell you crime's going down in New York, but it's going up in this neighborhood, way up. We have stabbings, fights every night, 6 or 7 ambulances coming. It's a terrible place to live. Why there are so many bars here, it's difficult to understand. I mean, if it was like under the Brooklyn Bridge or someplace like this, but it's a residential place. There are families there and this and that. It's a nightmare. I mean, it's an absolute nightmare, this neighborhood now. Epstein's is particularly a bad actor. They had these, as the previous speaker spoke, they had these picnic tables outside and huge pitchers of beer and people getting drunk, women going by, getting groped, people throwing liquor at people on the sidewalk. It was a super dangerous place, so they were bad actors. So I hope you don't give them the license again. Is there any way that you can, this is a terrible situation. We don't need any more bars. The community board has voted against this. It's absolutely
Well, one, it never helps, and I understand the problems that are down there, but it does not help when the community board does not show up. And I know you all did show up, and thank you for that, but it never helps when the residents feel this strongly about a place, but the people that are supposed to represent them don't have the time to come. So, that's what you can do. You can go talk to them, and some community boards are extremely active in this way, and some are just not.
I don't really go to community board meetings that much. I understand at one point, the head of the community board owned 6 bars. I mean, so the community board.
I have not met that community board.
Well, Mick Waters?
I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, that's the name.
But thank you.
More. But the point is, can you?
Every application has to be reviewed in the way we're doing this one. There's not much we can do otherwise.
Yeah, but can you? Is it possible that you could, if say we reject them and then new people come in, this automatically?
No. Every application has to be reviewed in the legal way that we're doing this one. So you can't just say we're rejecting it because we rejected the last one. It doesn't work that way.
No, I'm saying if you do reject it.
No, I'm telling you I can't do that.
Okay.
Everyone who applies has a right to come up here and explain to me why they should open.
But can you put restrictions on it so they have to close at midnight?
Yes, I could do that here, but what happens is, and she believes they're not going to open, and she may be right, if they open, there's no restrictions. But and she may be right, I don't know. I don't know what they're planning on doing, but. Go ahead, Terry, you're up.
As we tried to explain at the community board, and it wasn't taken on our word, we have corrected the situations at the premise, and the New York City Building Department issued a letter of no objection, which was put into the packet that was given to you. So they do intend to open. They've spent all the
In
money
the
on
original
funds.
packet or in the one, the
In the packet for
supplemental?
the community board, yes.
Okay.
It had just been issued. So this letter was issued by the community board, by the building department. It's a valid letter of no objection for the space. They paid the fines that had to be paid. They did the work that they had to do in order to get this. And they are intending on opening, and they are going to open. So the arguments with regard to this being a sham transaction of any kind is incorrect. It has no basis other than the fact that they're saying it. This completely disproves it because we've gone to all the
Well, so
lengths
why
to
don't
go.
you tell us what you're going to do differently? Because
Sure.
they clearly, as they point out, and given the history that I have in front of me, was a problem, or is a problem, whatever the case may be.
Right.
But
So-
they had
so we
significant issues.
So we went to the community board. We told them that there are going to be new operators. The 2 gentlemen that are here with me are operators. They have experience. They don't have any adverse experience. The gentleman to my left is on a license. Before he got on the license, there had been some adverse history. Since he got on the license, there has been none. We agreed that we would even trim the hours. We would close Sunday through Wednesday at 2 a.m. We would only keep the 4 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We told the community board that. We told the community board that we would have security on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We told them we wouldn't participate in any pub crawls or SantaCon because those issues came up. We weren't going to do those either. We're willing to stipulate to all of these things. There is, one way or another, as you pointed out, there's going to be somebody operating this premise very shortly. These individuals went in good faith, presented their case, agreed to scale back hours, give assurances that they would do certain things so there wouldn't be problems, and quite honestly, they weren't entertained. They weren't entertained at all. They're still willing to make those promises to you here today and make them conditions of the license. They're not backing off on what they said they were going to do. So what you have here is, as far as I can see, someone who's willing to make stipulations where there are none, somebody who has operated premises without adverse licensing history, and someone who's going to put forth the effort that somebody said they weren't going to put forth because they've done it. They've paid the fines and they've gotten the letter of no objection. Everything has been corrected.
Who is the member that that owns 10% that was the the current owner of Epstein?
Eric McManus.
And what's he going to be doing?
Just owning the premise. He's not operating in any way, shape, or form. He just retained 10% because he had been there forever and he just wanted to have some stake in what he built there.
And what's the maximum occupancy of this place?
Less than 75. It's right here on the letter of no objection.
And there's an outdoor or no outdoor?
There's a sidewalk cafe. There's always been a sidewalk.
What are the hours of that?
Part of your application.
Yeah.
So you either withdraw it now
No,
or
we
you
want
don't?
it.
Okay. They are intending on operating with the hours permitted by the cabaret law. By the sidewalk cafe.
Which is 12?
12 on the weekends, I believe.
One on the weekends.
What is it? It's one on the weekends and 12 during the week. Wait, just 1 second, Mr. Commissioner. Okay, my client is telling me they only even need the outdoors till 10 PM. They'd be willing to stipulate that the sidewalk cafe would close at 10 PM.
Can you hold on for a second? Are we good, Donald? We're small, but are we?
Half it all.
Are you full sides again, Mr. Flynn?
Thank you.
That's been a problem my whole life.
So is the club I went there yesterday.
Yeah.
And I noticed a lot of construction going on inside and so forth.
Yeah, trying to fix it.
So the club is just the bottom floor here, correct? Or is it more than that?
The restaurant.
Restaurant, sorry. Second
Or
time.
bar.
All right.
It's just this space right here, and it's narrow. It's kind of like a pizza pie board. It kind of curves in there.
So it's not this part of the building?
It's just to about there, sir. And then it goes back like that.
And these are what, apartments upstairs?
It's still vacant, right? It's vacant. It's not.
It hasn't ever been in.
It's vacant.
The whole building's vacant except for you guys?
And it's been that way.
It says your 75 people is your occupancy. It looked like from these pictures here, there's that many people standing outside the place.
Again, I'm sorry, because I didn't.
Yeah, if you want to take a look at it, I mean.
And again, these, I can't tell you if I know there's something until I look. Yeah, I don't know when these are from. These were in a packet, they were colored, but they were in a packet. I don't know when these were, how long ago they were. All I can tell you is my clients are gonna close it at 10 PM and they're not gonna operate it in any way, shape, or fashion. And they have.
Well, that's not sidewalk cafe
No,
stuff. That's people out on
that's
the
people
outside.
And again, I can't even tell you what these people are doing or where they're coming from.
All right.
I can't, and this, I don't even know where this is. This one, I can't tell you where this is.
Yep. All right.
There, that's the operation.
Chairman, I have some information from the Department of Buildings on
Go ahead.
I'm interested in the date of
Just
the
get
letter
the
of no
microphone
objection. I have a letter dated, it's an email dated October 20th, 4:58 PM from Ophelia Phillips, the Liaison Intergovernment Community Affairs, New York City Department of Buildings. The applicant failed the audit inspection because they failed to demonstrate how the proposed scope of the application is in compliance with New York City Buildings Bulletin 20.
But see, here's the issue with the Department of Buildings. Before they can open, period, no matter what we do here today, they have to show us that they can open.
Mm-hmm.
If the Department of Buildings has an issue with that, then they can deliver it to us. It's not that, it's not something that's going to make a difference in our decision today because the whole thing is conditional on them getting that anyway.
Right. Understood, and
So it's not really necessary to get into that.
okay, it goes on to state that they have to get the certificate of occupancy to indicate a use group 10 to use group 6 change.
Okay.
What if I can, since I'm just
Go
seeing it
ahead.
the first time, it doesn't reflect any address or any premise on there.
No, and I don't want to get into DOB stuff because it's all a condition of the license, right?
You indicate you have a letter of no objection,
I-
correct?
Just given to me on a client obtained from the Department of
It's September of this year. Right, but they gave the letter, they didn't rescind the letter.
Right.
And this is something that the Department of Buildings has to deal with. I am not the Department of Buildings. And I'm not going to enforce their laws. Yes.
No.
Well, just wait till he's finished, please. Go ahead. Do you have any other questions, Commissioner? For them, because the objector would like to.
No, not at the moment.
Okay, so come up, what do you need to add? Into the microphone.
To be very clear, it's empty because in 2014.
I have all of that
So
history.
they tried to expand the space.
I
right?
have all of
Okay,
that.
so we want to understand that was a community center. It is use group 10. I just really hope, I understand that you're not DOB, but everything about this application from the moment it came to you in 2000, and I believe 2, they did not even give you the proper paperwork. There was a CFO on there. So they were allowed to operate at, which could have been very dangerous actually with the illegal
But that
kitchen.
is the
I know.
Department of Buildings issue.
And I'm not blaming you for that, but I'm saying too, like, it represents what they're trying to do. It's just not fair that the burden is continually placed on us.
He handed us.
L&O's not going to work.
He handed us a letter of no objection from the Department of Buildings.
And we think
And
it
a building
comes
of
after
that-
the audit.
If that may be, but they have not sent us anything or him rescinding that letter, to my
Okay.
knowledge.
And then we will, okay, I understand we'll work on that, but we also know that that was self-certified. So question that with DOB.
The letter is not self-certified.
No, the work was self-certified in order to get that. So
Okay.
all I'm saying to you is that, again, it's a lot of falsehoods on this whole application.
It's allegations of falsehoods.
Was DOB issued a letter. I didn't ask DOB to issue a letter, okay? DOB
I'm not
issued-
getting into the DOB. That's not my, it's not my purview. It's their issue. If they can't figure out how to do what they're supposed to be doing, then that's their problem.
I just want to say one thing and then I'm done. There are no falsehoods on this application. We've given you every bit of documentation we've had. We've agreed to stipulations that aren't in place any other way. I cannot see how this is not a better situation for the community than the one that exists now where the premise.
Well, I wouldn't call it that, but I think that it probably is more predictable, but whatever.
I think there's more teeth for you to enforce, whatever it is you have to enforce.
That is definitely true, but, okay. Anything else, Commissioner?
So these stipulations here, let me just run by them real quickly. That you'll agree to close the doors after 10 every night, is that correct?
For the outside cafe, for the sidewalk cafe, yes.
No live music, no promoted events, no event which a cover event is charged, no scheduled performances.
Right.
Only ambient recorded background music with the DJ. And does that, I'm hoping that means without thunderous bass and so forth, okay? I'm not applying for an alteration, I don't think that's enforceable. Happy hour will end by 7 p.m. Staff person outside to monitor sidewalk crowds and ensure no loitering.
Yes.
Okay. There's a couple others, but I'll leave it there. Can I have a moment to confer with council, please? Thank you.
Back on the record with 2341.
Mr. Flynn, there's your copy back.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, Chairman?
No, I don't.
Anyone else have any further input? I think I feel, no, I don't think. I feel that a lot of times it's best to get out in front of something and to try to control it in an effort to keep it from getting out of control. So I'm willing to approve this on some stipulations, pretty stern ones, actually.
Conditions.
Conditions, sorry. I want to incorporate the stipulations that were put in there by CV3, which I just ran down.
Those are fine.
To you,
Yes.
which you have agreed to. The outdoor area is to close by 10 p.m. I'm going to insist on a sound limiter to prevent the preponderance of bass frequencies creeping through other people's homes and stuff. Your limit's going to be a capacity, what, 75 people? What's your security guard situation? What are you proposing there?
They were going to have security on, there was a security plan that was in the materials that were given. I know they're voluminous, but they're in the
Might have
materials.
missed that one.
I understand.
So what is it? Tell me,
But
what is it?
we were going to have security on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Hold on.
2 to 4, Thursday through Saturday.
Yep.
Is what the application
Right.
says.
Okay.
And no pub crawls, no
Right.
people standing, hanging around outside, nothing like what I saw in those pictures from whenever they were.
Nope.
So, I don't know if you have anything else to add, but that's where I am.
All right. Well, I'm going to go actually a little stiffer than you did. There's not going to be any DJs, and you can it's up to you whether you want to live with this or not. 1 a.m. during the week, 2 a.m. on weekends, no promoters, no happy hours, no special events, 4 security guards on at all times, Wednesday through Saturday, and the outside closes at 10 p.m. On all days.
I don't believe they can live with those hours, so we're going to wind up with a situation with the previous license. And
They can come back in a year and show me, but I can't,
You have
you
to
know,
survive.
to a certain extent, I understand the situation they're in, but there's also the problem of at some point, somebody's got to try to get a handle on what's going on down there, and
Right, but in this case, you have operators that haven't had problems at their other operators.
well, it's not just the they could be ideal operators, but at some point, the level of just pure ambient noise that happens because there's just another location, it just adds to the negative lifestyle in the neighborhood. And I don't think this is actually going to make it that much better, but every little bit counts.
Would you consider, if you're going to do the 1 a.m. during the week, would you consider 3 a.m. then on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday? So all
I'll
of our
give to
customers-
3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, 12:30 during the week.
I'm sorry, what'd you say during the week?
12:30 during the week.
Yeah, I mean, you keep.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be painful. There's no
This
doubt.
is the point. This is the point. The point is they're
Well,
trying.
the only people that showed up here are them, and every one of them indicated to me that they're willing to take that risk. And if you want to go and do that, you can go do it. You know you can open that
No,
place.
I understand, but I'm trying.
I can't do anything about it.
No, but I'm trying to do something that meets halfway.
I am too.
12:30 just isn't pragmatic to anybody. I mean, basically, somebody's going to walk out the door and walk right across the street. If you made it 1 a.m., then it's not that much different.
But they don't have the history that this place does. That's the difference.
Again, if you were talking about somewhere where there wasn't a license that could come out and go into business 4 a.m. every day of the week right now, I might agree with you there.
Terry, you know as well as I do, if this place wasn't licensed, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
I understand, and you know what, Mr. Chairman, I agree with you 100%. I wouldn't be here before you. This is not, you know me, I wouldn't come here with an application like that.
It's up to him. He was ready to go to give you 4. If he wants to give you 1, he can give you 1.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with 12:30, what the chairman said.
Okay. I mean, if you come back in a year and there's no problems, then, which I hope there's not.
I think I've already been more than fair to give you guys a shot.
So
know,
you're both approving it with all those conditions?
And then whatever the community board said that I didn't say.
Could you just clarify the hours?
Yeah, can I just 1 second, before you make a final vote, and this is the last
Yes.
thing I'll say, because I know we're all tired and it's late.
You get to go home right now, I don't.
No, I still have other matters. I get to spend more time. Go ahead.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, it's just uneconomic on those hours. If we could do, but I also understand the community concern. If we could do 12:30, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, just so we could have the late night dining. We have a lot of events on Wednesdays, private parties, so that's really hard to close that early. If we could do 1 on Wednesdays, 2 on Thursdays, and then 3 on Friday and Saturday.
No. I'll give you 1 on Wednesdays, 2 on the weekends, and then 12:30 prior to that. I mean, your economics are the least of my concerns, and that because of this neighborhood.
Totally, but the alternate.
If you were in another neighborhood, I'd be giving you 4. This has nothing to do with you guys. It has to do with the fact that, there's 47 licensed premises within 500 feet, and there's no question that the neighborhood is out of hand to a certain extent with the number of people coming from outside the neighborhood to go there.
So if you approve with those hours, there is not an understanding that you approve, but after they've established themselves and proved themselves, if there are no problems, they can come back to change those hours. Is that
To
correct?
try, yeah.
Yes.
And I don't expect that the weekends would change, but I probably would be willing to change the nights, but there can't be, the weeknights, but they got to be completely clean. Yeah. So Jackie, then the hours are till 12:30, Sunday through Tuesday, Wednesday is 1, Thursday through Saturday is 2,
Security is still Wednesday through Saturday.
four guards at all times, 10 p.m. outside closes, no promoters, no happy hours, no SantaCon, none of the,
You indicated no DJs, but you had DJs.
and no DJs.
No DJs is what the
Yeah.
chairman said. I mean, that's fine, because it's going to be background music anyway.
And a sound limiter.
And the sound limiter is, I have it on my list.
So both of you are okay with
Yes.
those?
Yep. What we're trying to do here is take what could be a bad situation or a situation we have no control and come up with something that works for everybody. That's what I think.
Possibly.
So I'm hoping that this takes a step and you guys become really good neighbors and no one has any problems.
Good luck. Yes,
Definition of a weekend was Friday, Saturday?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Although that's not my weekend.
The next item is 2403, J. Young LLC.
Say the number again, Tom.
2403.
Good afternoon, Jeanette Young.
So I actually went and saw your original hearing with us.
Okay.
Because you're trying to change from a wine store to a liquor store?
Yes,
And you applied originally as a wine store.
correct.
So why do you need to become a liquor store?
Well, the neighbors are asking for it. It's not a full liquor store. It's more like New York State craft type liquor that I'd like to carry. They are asking for it.
But I thought your specialty was going to be natural wines and organic wines.
It still is.
And are you having problems making ends meet with that?
No, but people are asking because the stores in the neighborhood don't satisfy their taste or requirements. They don't carry these new craft liquors that they're asking for, and it.
Who in the neighborhood is bulletproof of the four closest, do you know?
All of them that are close to me,
So Lucky's is bulletproof?
yes,
Marcy Avenue Wines and Liquors is bulletproof?
yes,
Fox Liquors is bulletproof?
yes.
And Ren is bulletproof?
Where's Ren and Ren?
752 Myrtle Ave?
Yes.
Okay.
You're not bulletproof.
Pardon?
Are you bulletproof?
No.
And why did you not apply for liquor store to begin with?
In the beginning, I thought I just would do wines, but the customers are asking for it. They're asking for these craft liquors.
There's no opposition here, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, we did get some letters. Marcy Avenue Wines and Liquors protested, and Lucky's Liquors protested.
We have different clienteles.
And only a tenth of a mile apart. Only a tenth of a mile from Lucky's.
Lucky's, that's on Marcy Avenue?
Yes.
Yeah, but our clientele is very different.
What's the closest open store to you? Do you know? Distance?
I think it is Vindatab, that is at Troop and DeKalb, and another store.
How far is that, approximately?
It's at least, it's 2 blocks over and 4 blocks going south.
So like a quarter mile, or almost half a mile.
At least.
So what do you think the percentage will be between wine and liquor?
Oh, definitely will be more wine, perhaps 15% in maybe 20% in spirits.
So say like 80-20 split, something like that?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay. Any more questions, Chairman?
No.
I'm looking at the other stores around you, and it doesn't look like any sales for them are going up. However, they're all substantially larger than yours, 3 times the closest one. You're only 320 square feet.
My store.
Your store,
Yeah.
of retail space. I think if we limit it to an 80-20 split officially,
Yes,
then I'm willing to approve.
that's fine. I don't want to carry
80-20 wine to spirits?
80% wine, 20% spirits.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's fine.
it's pretty small.
Up to 20%
Up to-
inventory of spirits.
Up to 20% inventory of spirits, yes. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine.
And 320 square feet, that's not a lot.
All right, the 4 closest stores are, based on her representations, all bulletproof stores, and we'd like to promote open stores. Her store is significantly smaller than the average liquor store, and she's willing to do 80% wines and 20% spirits on inventory, so I think there's a public convenience and advantage since she is open and is going to be carrying products that are not readily available in the other stores. I'll vote
And
to
I might
approve.
had a very pretty store,
You do?
my store. Yes.
I didn't. Good. Did I imply it wasn't pretty?
No, just wanted to add.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
The next item, 2402, Roosevelt Wine and Spirit Corp.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford. My name is Hu Ping Hu. I'm the attorney for applicant Roosevelt Wine and Spirit Corp. And I also have the principal, Mr. Imani, here with me. I'm not sure whether there's any oppositions.
Is there any opposition here? No. There is, we did get a letter from 14 area residents that are opposed to it, and La Botella Wine and Liquor is opposed.
Yes. So I'll just go ahead and highlight the what's submitted to the board. This is the store is about 800 square feet.
So why don't you just get right to the point about why we need to add another store when La Botella is 433 feet away, which to
Yes.
me sounds like a block and a half.
Yeah, that's around. The closest to liquor store, one's about 800 feet away. The other is about 360 feet, I think.
Oh,
They're
that helps.
like they're bulletproof store.
La Botella is bulletproof, and Crystal is bulletproof?
So
What about Sen Roosevelt Avenue Liquors?
that one's open.
They're open?
That one's which one?
The 111-11 Roosevelt Avenue.
That store is open.
And what about Corona 108 Wine and Liquor?
That one's open.
They are open or not?
They're open.
Okay, so the first two are closed and the second two are open. All right.
The store is compared with the closest to store is on the major street, Roosevelt Avenue. The other two are on small street. Not only they're bulletproof, but they also it's very harder to find. And the applicant here is going to doing he's going to run the store with 70% wine. Out of the 100% product carry, he's going to carry 30% kosher wine, the spirit, and 20% local New York wine, and 10% high-end liquor. So in the material we submitted, there's with 3 days, he got 59 signatures. The neighbor, the people in the community supporting.
Does he own this building?
He's a partner of LLC from which he leases the building.
So why does it have to be in this building? Well, he's literally around the corner from another liquor store. Why can't he put it somewhere else? Like, why does it have to be here? I understand you're arguing public convenience and advantage because he's going to be open and he's going to carry all these products. But he is literally, I could throw a baseball to the store that he's going to be right next to. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why you have to be that close. That's why I asked, do you own the building?
Yes.
You do own the building?
Yes.
That's why? Okay.
Then we also, Your Honor, we also submit the demographic data. It's showing the population is steadily increasing, and the neighborhood, as far as the crime-wise, compared with the whole Queens County, it's on the lower end, except yes. So. You want it, David? You want it?
So what's PS 16? How close is that?
At the school?
Yeah.
Oh, that. It's not within three. How far is it?
That's pretty far. That's not even close to us.
They're telling you can see it from your entrance to your store, one of the letters I got. Is that true?
Let me see.
No, that's not close to us. Because there's no school or church near us whatsoever.
What about the Mosaic Pre-K Center across the street?
Well, that was my next question. Please ask me before you ask a question whether I have that question.
Just stealing one.
Then I don't have anything to say.
Oh, you always have something to say.
So you're saying you're not that close to PS 16?
We are not that close to that.
But what about the pre-K that's right across the street? You are that close to that?
The pre-K, yes.
I actually.
They just opened up, I think. That's.
Actually, I was there. I walked down the street myself. I even didn't see it. So.
I think you guys are the ones who told me about it, so you put it in the application. And I don't know whether they're correct or not, but pointed out that pre-K is not school. But I have 2 kids in pre-K, and I beg to differ. But is it?
It's a NYC Education Department, the pre-K?
No, I'm saying, is it within?
If within 200 feet, I didn't see any school and church. And within 300.
No, it's close. I'm asking, is it a school? Is it considered a school?
No, unless it's one of the handful of
How did I,
Standalone pre-Ks that are licensed
they
by
open?
state ed. The rest of them are licensed by, I think, state or the
when
health
did they
department.
open, do you know?
The authority has never considered them to be schools.
Before you applied? After you applied?
After the applied.
After you applied? The,
After they applied to open.
Mr. Imani is saying the pre-K school was opened after he applied for a liquor license.
Yes.
Because I was there myself, walking on the both sides of the street.
Commissioner
Do we know that's true? We don't know that's true.
Yes, I can.
Without more information.
It's been open only a couple months. That 100% guarantee. May I just cite?
10414, so it's literally right across the street.
I mean, the population there, it's a very big population, and it's as you could see on demographics.
Let's focus on the school. Because I was there, I walked on both sides of the street. I didn't see any pre-K.
Well, you keep saying that, but we've confirmed it's there.
So
The only thing I can tell you is I can't tell you when it opened, but it is there.
What I just wanted to mention is the population there is rising. It's a very busy neighborhood.
Do you have numbers that show that it's rising?
Yeah, sure. 1990, 46%.
1990?
Since 1990, they had 46% right here.
It's in the material.
I'm more interested in what happened between 2010 and now.
Okay, sure. All the numbers are there.
2010 to now, each year the increase about 1% the population.
So 7%.
Yeah. It's in the.
Then what I'm emphasizing on is to be able to have an open concept so people can actually walk in and pick up a bottle, look at it, and then decide to purchase it or not. And instead of just walking into a shop that has glasses and you can't see anything. The second thing is that I'm Jewish, so like a lot of us, we drink kosher wine. And that's something, it's hard to, it's almost impossible to find there. Like, I have a friend of mine that is a Brazilian Jewish, he's a good friend of mine. Every time we go there, and he has to provide us with the kosher wine, he's like, I have to travel almost to the city to buy a bottle of wine. So I'm trying to put like at least 70% wine in there, and out of that 70%, I would have at least 30% of kosher wine. Emphasize in high-end liquors, which is hard also to find there. I went there myself to look for a single malt whiskey. Let's say if you want to look for 18 years Macallan, it's hard to find. Or if you want to look for Yamazaki, something in a higher end, it's almost impossible to find. So based on that, I think it would be to, public advantage and convenient to have a store, which is not a big size store.
Okay.
All right. And plus, just one more thing. I also have, I've been in retail business for the past 20, 25 years, and I'm a New York, I Love NY New York State license dealer. So we are FDNY, NYPD, and I Love NY State dealer. So as far as licensing, we are very clean, very straight, very forward with it,
Okay.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mr. Imani, I think you're a great applicant, but I'm going to vote to deny. I mean, there's a store right around the corner from you that I've seen, looks like their sales have gone down by half. The next one is decreasing. The next one has gone down by half. The next one's gone down by almost half. Granted, that's the first half of the year, but I don't really see sales increasing, just barely holding steady if you want to extrapolate that out to the end of the year. So for that reason, I'm going to vote to deny.
I would have voted to approve only because you were going to be an open store, and the two closest to you are Bulletproof stores. Commissioner Ford's correct, though, all of the sales numbers have gone down, so, but it's denied. Go, yeah, we voted.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Mr. Pillow, the next items, 2390, 91, 92, Jenny's Woodside Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo. He's my client. It's an offering contest, offering compromise, I apologize.
So,
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
No.
I'll take that pause, no? Okay.
just the intoxicated person, does it have to keep happening?
Problem with the intox on both occasions, especially the one where he became violent, was the person was trying to enter and he was trying to kept out. And that's when passerbys called 911. The guy was trying to get into the place drunk.
And then the cabaret, you know what I feel about that.
I do. It's hard. I mean, it is hard. It's not an excuse.
Well, she should be aware that her location, and not just by me, but by the police department as well as by the local elected officials, there's a huge target on anybody's back on Roosevelt Avenue. And exactly what she's been, or that you're basically doing a no contest to now is what they're looking for. So should she end up back here, it's probably going to be the end. But I'll accept the 10,000.
May I just comment one thing quickly on that? She is aware. She's had this license for a long time, and she does meet regularly with the community council. So she is trying to cooperate. She's aware of the fact that there are other neighbors out there that make this neighborhood bad for everybody.
Yes, and I don't think they're going to really be too judicious about who they catch.
I've explained where she's located.
All right.
There's no falsehoods, but I have no falsehoods here. Just want to make that.
Okay.
There's no other cases, so we'll issue the renewal.
Pardon? Yeah, you can renew, yeah, unless, did you vote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I accept.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next items, 2414, 2416. El Viejo Grand Cafe Corp.
2415.
15 and 16.
Can you check that school? You don't have to check it now, but just find out what, so it is new, so it could have been after he applied? What's that mean, he's grandfathered in?
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Teddy Gonzalez.
So what time is she supposed to close? Oh.
She's
6 a.m.
8 a.m.
Is this the cleaning people drinking?
And April 2nd was 8 a.m.
She's actually, the restaurant is actually open 24 hours.
Oh, but she's supposed to stop the booze and she doesn't.
Well,
why don't you close? Then you don't end up here again.
Yeah, I know. The majority of customers that she gets are more like in the late hours and in the morning, because it's more like, it's not only, they serve it's a Cuchifrito restaurant, and it's well-known, and they also serve breakfast in the morning.
It looks like you can get a shot with your breakfast, and they're well-known for that, too.
Well, you know...
I mean, there's 5 of them. 4.
Mr. Chairman, I understand.
Sorry, 5.
I understand that it does look ugly. She has made changes. She actually manages the place at night now. She's there from 10 o'clock to 8 in the morning, and she goes straight to work after that to make sure she takes make sure that all the alcohol is removed from the table at 4 a.m. She walks out with the security and makes sure that's done. I told her that the styrofoam cups, they gotta go. She's gonna start using whatever the containers, the product comes in. That way there's no issue about what it is or what it isn't. So she's gonna basically start serving. If it comes in a bottle, it serves in a bottle. If it comes in a plastic container, it's gonna serve it just like that. But yes, it does look ugly.
And this isn't us going in there, this is the police, and those guys you probably know them all. So they're gonna go back in again.
I've warned her.
And if you end up back here again, that's probably the end. So.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
But I'll accept, you don't have to be sorry, I mean, I'm always sorry when I take a license, but I'll accept the 15,000.
1,000 accepted.
But it's, what I'm saying is, it's the guys that patrol your neighborhood, and they're gonna come back in there and check, so I make sure you do check.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Next item is 2317, Floridita Restaurant 3, Inc.
Jesus, 2317? I got it. Yeah, I got
23,
it.
yeah.
Oh, up here.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. I'm the representative Aurelia Tavares for Floridita Restaurant 3 Inn in Inc. in Brooklyn.
Just about security guards.
So I don't know whether you pick these clients up after the fact or they just aren't getting the message from you originally, but it seems like every DJ problem I have is with you. I realize they're not your businesses, but.
Well, I represent a lot of Latino owners.
But they're applying and they're telling us they're a restaurant, and the application clearly has a box to check if you're going to have a DJ. And every one of these people that come in don't check that box.
I get them afterwards because we're really, training is really, I'm trying to get people to training and so that we don't get these fines because I don't like being in front of you and, not because it's you. I don't like being before you for these matters because I think it's really silly. Just put it on your application, I agree. And this was an oversight and we just had an issue at the location. We met with the precinct. You won't have that issue again because I have helped them take remedial measures on these things.
Because she had an unlicensed cabaret back last year, earlier this year. So this is.
We just paid the fine this week of $3,000 for that. We're not looking to be paying fines, and she's a senior operator. This was a fluke. As this year has just been a bad transitional year. I don't want to reiterate that her mother died in April, and all this stuff, she was sick for a while, and this has just not been a good year for the operation of Floridita Restaurants. You won't have this issue again because she's really one of our better operators.
1,500.
Thank you. And I'm also here for the next one, Mr.
Hold on.
Okay. I make Mr. Donahue crazy.
Yeah, because I have the list.
He's already crazy. You can't do anything to.
2323, La Cucina Restaurant, Inc.
I actually wanted to put it over for next month. He was here last session with us, but he had to go to Puerto Rico. He has his house is flooded with some issues, so he couldn't be here today. Now we prefer them to be here to deal with their own disciplinary.
This is kind of cut and dry, so it doesn't.
Okay, so if that's the case,
Salem Minor, he's had 5 years of good history, so it's 2,500.
Okay, we'll take it. I'll just close it out. Thank you, members of the authority.
Goodbye.
What's up, Mr. Bookman? You've been waiting a while.
I just like being here.
All right.
Next item is 2399, DMI, Inc.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant.
Tyler Myers, manager, Knockdown Center.
I'm sorry. David Sklar, owner. Nice to meet you.
And I believe you have a gentleman here in opposition, so.
Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Ford. I'm Gary Giordano. I'm the District Manager of Community Board 5 Queens.
Thank you.
You don't have anything you want to say, or?
Yes.
You
First?
Yeah, you go first. I see you entered into.
No, we didn't enter into a stipulation, sir.
But there's certain things you were willing to live with.
Yes.
Okay. What are they?
They're applying for, to be able to serve alcoholic beverages to 3,100 people.
Right.
It is a factory location. It had previously, I believe, been a glass factory, and then subsequent to that had been a door manufacturer. We just think that 3,100 people is unreasonable, so what we are proposing is something that I think is above what they are currently, a bit above what they are currently permitted to, the number of people they're currently permitted to serve.
You propose 1,800.
So we're proposing 1,800 for 15 events per year, and 1,000 for the rest of the days of the year. We are proposing that they close by 2 a.m., 5 mornings a week, and 4 a.m. the other 2 mornings per week. Where they are is the beginning of where there are factories. Across the street is entirely a residential community. We have seen our police department locally, or our police precinct, decreased in the number of personnel year after year after year virtually. There are nights when there are only 3 or 4 patrol cars to cover our entire 7.6 square mile precinct.
So they've been open how long?
I think they could tell you that better than I, but I would say.
Over a year and a half?
16 months, yeah.
So have you had any issues with the way it's currently
No
operating?
major issues that I know of, and again, sir, what we're saying is.
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't need you to
3,100
I don't need
is
you to repeat it.
unreasonable.
Right now, they're allowed, well, I'll let him tell me what they're allowed right now. So this is what you're willing, that you offered. You thought 3,100 was unreasonable. Right now, they're allowed unlimited 1,000, right? So it was, no? What do you, what? 60, okay. And and the hours that they're telling you, are they what your current hours are? 2 a.m. Monday through Friday, 4 a.m. Friday night and into Saturday?
No, they're more restrictive. They're 12 a.m. every night except Friday and Saturday, which is 2 a.m.
So they've expanded the hours. Okay, all right, I got it.
You did also get a letter from
Yes,
Assemblywoman Catherine Nolan?
the Assemblywoman, and we also got one from Councilwoman Elizabeth Crowley, who is completely in favor of putting no limitations on it. So
We don't understand that, but.
you might want to talk to her about it. And then the community center was also in favor of it, but, okay, thank you.
Thank you. The primary reason we're back here is when this application was first made to the authority, we had asked for what we were asking for now. Chairman Rosen.
Can you just, what are you, you're asking for 3,100, but what else are you asking for?
To 4 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Till 4 a.m.
And an additional 35-foot bar.
That's a separate alteration application,
That's
which
not in
nobody
front
seemed
of
to
us.
have a problem
Yeah,
with.
that's not in front of us.
Right,
so-
right.
It is.
It is?
All 3, the method of operation change, the alteration, and the ad bar are all before you.
Well, to my knowledge, nobody's had a problem with the alteration
Okay.
application.
I love being late.
I know, yeah.
It happens sometimes.
Chairman
All
Rosen,
right.
Chairman Rosen was very clear. He said, "You prove to us that you can operate without any problems under these guidelines, and then you can go back here and talk to us about doing what you wanted to do in the beginning." And we have operated for a year and a half. We haven't had any incidents whatsoever. Originally, the police department had a problem with us being here. The police department doesn't have that problem anymore. We attend community meetings.
What is this? This is mostly private events, or are you open during the week?
It's a combination.
What is it mostly?
It's mostly an art center. We do music, though.
Right.
And we do corporate events and private events and weddings and all kinds of things. It's almost 3 acres,
Oh, okay.
so it's fairly large. And
And there's a gallery. The gallery hours are Thursday through Sunday. So the regular hours are Thursday through Sunday. Sometimes we do private events or events
Right.
Monday through
There's an art
Wednesday.
gallery.
But the
So you
regular
could have 2 or 3 events going on at a time in different places? Okay,
In theory, yes, we could, except for,
okay.
What's your capacity now? I'm sorry.
1,800 is what was on our on the list of steps on the conditional approval.
for
Oh, so you didn't go up at all on the number of people, you just went up on the number of days you would allow 1,800?
correct.
Okay. What was it before?
It was 6 days a
So what
week.
we had negotiated was 60 from 500 to 1,000, and then 15, I think, or 12. 12. It was confusing in the thing, but I think 12 in a calendar year above 1,000.
And what about 1,800?
Only up to 1,800.
Oh, so it was 1,000 to 1,800, 12 times a year, they're saying 15 now?
Right.
Okay, all right.
Well, we're looking for 3,100.
Right, I got it.
And they've clearly demonstrated the ability to operate this premise with the community. I mean, while the opposition says they don't understand the city councilwoman's letter in support, we really don't understand the assembly in opposition. I mean.
And
this
I don't
isn't-
understand why they're completely
Yeah, no, but but
You guys are
everybody-
picking one, I gotta read both of them.
Right, but everybody who had some concerns about the operation have seemed to be completely satisfied, except for the letter you got from the Assemblywoman. I mean, yes, he's.
And if I could offer, Councilwoman Crowley has been to our location, she's toured the location. Assemblywoman Nolan has not.
And also.
Well, I mean, and you know, I take both of these letters under consideration, but at the end of the day, it's something we're forced to deal with, not them.
If I may, sir.
Yes.
So the community board is made up of local communities. A lot of them are not privy to the Maspeth people, and they don't really come to Maspeth. The Maspeth people who were polled in the community board all voted for us.
Oh, you're saying the community board is made up of people that are outside of Maspeth?
That's right.
Okay. That's out in Queens, they probably are in a bigger geographic area than they are.
Much bigger.
Yeah.
Middle Village, which is a couple miles away, has an issue. That's where most of the people who have voted against us reside.
Okay. I have nothing else, you?
Just looking at something here real quickly. Do you really need 3,100 people?
Yes, sir.
Really?
Well, wait, you need it every night?
You know, it's almost 3-acre property. It's 50,000 square feet on the main floor. We have several different designated places within it. So, you know, there's a lot of things that we have done. You know, we do multiple things at the same time. You know, this is a place to meet other people and have a conversation. This is not, you know, one of those places that it's a club. That's not what it is.
How many people do you have working there?
About 40 or 50. As I like to say, too many.
To demonstrate the point on 3,100, the building's technical capacity could have been 8,266. We originally asked for 5,000.
Right.
In light of a lot of the community opposition, we came to the number 3,100, which is more competitive in the marketplace for some kinds of events, but it's certainly fewer than the building could otherwise hold.
I see
I'd
3,000.
like to invite you to come take a look.
You never knew.
He might take you up on it, don't you never know where he's going to pop up, trust me. Yes. Sure.
So if you're running an party-type situation, why would you need to accommodate 3,100 people who are being served alcohol?
Well, so let me ask you this, because I'm not in this business, and I'm assuming you're not, and I may be wrong. Are you in this business? But they've been running for 16 months with 1,800 people 12 times a year?
I believe that's correct, a maximum.
And you've indicated to me you haven't had a problem.
I don't know of any major problem.
And I know we don't have one, because I would have been told about it. So if he tells me that 3,100 would economically benefit his company, why would I not believe him? Now, that doesn't mean he's going to get it, but why would I not believe him? Do you think he's just trying to throw a bigger party?
I don't know why you would need to accommodate 3,100
Because
people.
it makes it possible for him to get events that he cannot get right now. That's the only reason.
I understand that, but to go as far as to ask for that for
Well, he asked for 5,000 up in the beginning.
365 days a year,
Well, it doesn't mean he's getting it, but he would like the opportunity to get it. I understand. I mean, you know, there's competing interests here, and you just have to recognize that he's doing this because his business would be more successful if he was allowed to do all of it. It doesn't mean he's going to do it 365 days a year, but it gives him the option to. It doesn't mean I'm going to give him that. I'm just telling you that you can think of reasons why he would need 3,100 if you try hard. It's not that difficult.
economically, for his own benefit, of course.
Okay.
Everybody would like to get the most that they could get. But I'm just saying to you that if anything major were to go wrong at a location like this, and we have a lot of factory property in District 5 Queens, So anything goes wrong in a place of this size and the potential for other factory properties to do something like this, if it's economic.
Well, we don't speculate on future applications, because everyone has to come here.
I understand that, but I need to be worried about that. There are many a night where we have 3 or 4
See, I don't.
cars to cover the entire precinct, an entire residential community.
The minute you can get a police, the next time, and I don't know what I'm going to do on this, but the minute that you can get the sergeant to come in here and tell me that he can't patrol his precinct, then I probably will take greater notice of it. But I'm no expert on that, and neither are you.
It seems to me that the type of clientele that you're going to have, it's not going to be like some of the other cases we've had today where, I won't mention any names, but it seems to me like your clientele is going to be more of a orderly crowd, if for lack of a better word. I mean, you're talking about corporate events, banquets, things like that. You're not talking about mosh pits. You're not talking about 50-cent concerts, stuff like that, right?
Too old to fit in the mosh pit.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. So, to be honest about it, I don't know where the chairman is, but, you guys have as far as I'm concerned, for the 16 months you've been open, you have an exemplary track record. And I don't really have a problem with anything that, anything that you've asked for.
Well, I'm not going to give him everything.
I know it's going to be tight.
Why would I be here if I have to give him everything?
That's what I say.
Let Commissioner Hell take care of everything.
I'll do 3,100 15 times a year. 1,800 the rest of the times. And the hours are what the community board asked for, 2 a.m. on Monday through Friday, 4 a.m. on Friday, or 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So it's not exactly what the community board asked for.
So you're, okay.
So 2 a.m., I'm sorry, not 2 a.m. Monday through Friday, 2 a.m. Monday through Wednesday. 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Meaning Thursday into Friday, Friday into Saturday, Saturday into Sunday.
And I really don't see you having a couple thousand people there every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I mean, I'm sure you'd be happy if you could.
Well, we'll have to have corporate events.
Yeah.
So you got that, Mr. Flynn?
Could.
I have what you just said, yes, Mr. Chairman.
31, 15 dates, 1,800 unlimited, and then the hours are the hours.
Did you want to say something?
Chairman, is there a possibility you would consider 30 for the 31?
No, I'll give you 20.
How about 25?
No, we're at 20, that's it, 20.
Can we flip 4?
20 gives you almost 2 a month, so that's enough for now.
And we'll see.
I hate to tell you have to come back here again, but if you want, at some point, if you keep doing what you're doing, no, but at some point, if you keep doing it the way you're doing it, you're going to get unlimited. I just have to, I have to take into account that the Assemblywoman does not trust you guys yet, and the Community Board doesn't appear to trust you yet either, but maybe they will.
The Assemblywoman does.
No, the Councilwoman does.
Councilwoman.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate it. Please come and see us.
Yeah.
The next item are items 2393, 94, 95, and 96. 19 Stanton Restaurant LLC.
2394.
Good afternoon.
Hang on a second here, Mr. Levy. 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 Sorry. I know who you are.
Okay.
Stanton Street.
It's a global offer and compromise for a few outstanding matters. Place has been open for about 5 years. And with the exception.
As you just heard, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, this is not the best neighborhood to have a liquor license in.
For sure.
So I would say that they have to be better.
This particular location used to be an absolute disaster. These guys cleaned it up quite a bit, as you can see. The disciplinary history really is not bad, or hasn't been.
No, it
until
hasn't, no.
recently. So it's just unfortunately a non-coincidental string of bad nights when manager wasn't on duty. That usually is.
I'll accept.
Yes, down to 4 days. Yeah, I'll accept.
Thank you.
Next item, 2405 Soul Lounge, Inc.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Ford, Max Bookman for the licensee. This is a CNC that was negotiated with Mr. Buckley for $3,000.
24, oh, I got it. Yes, I will, I'll accept.
Accepted.
Thank you. You're next.
There's no comments on.
No, are you on this case?
No, she's not. She's on the next one.
Oh, okay.
Next items, 2410, 11, 12, and 13. 90th Feet Ludlow Street Incorporated.
And this is another CNC. This was a result of extensive negotiations with counsel's office. It's a rather large fine that we think has quite moved the licensee and will very much encourage them to correct their ways. I would note, other than the March inspection of April that resulted in a large bulk of the fines, there hasn't been any disorderly violations or things of that nature in over a year. And I think this penalty could help everyone move forward.
Fortunately, the only reason that March inspection happened was because I asked it to happen, because I became aware of what was going on here completely outside of my job. And I'm not really secure with the owner's seriousness in operating this place. Am I incorrect that this is supposed to be a restaurant?
Their licenses for the method of operations for restaurants.
So without some showing that he's completely changed his stripes, meaning that there's not going to be DJs, that there's not going to be, this is going to be a restaurant. And if it's not going to be a restaurant, then we're going to go to hearing and I'm going to revoke it. Because this got complete, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know because the press covered it around the time that we were doing our March operation, and the place has been mayhem.
They have worked very diligently with the precinct.
I don't know that that's where the work needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
The work needs to be done about limiting how many people are in there, the music.
It is a big place, and it was approved as a large establishment.
And he seems to not take. And maybe he's taking advice now, but he wasn't before.
Well, it's a group of owners, and
well, it's really one major personality, though. Correct?
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, we've had all of them in our office, and we've been advising them since we got on board after the March inspection. There haven't been, as far as I'm aware, any violations since the March inspection. And like I said, the two
sale to minor.
That's correct. Which took place outside the premises.
And there's enough here for me, to make you go to hearing, I think, and we don't need to win all of it.
Well, we don't want to go to a hearing.
No, and I don't want you to either, but I am going to need you, I'm not going to accept this today. I'm going to need you to go back and show me what has changed in this place, method of operation-wise, security-wise, music-wise. Jackie, what is this supposed to be?
Well, got through the 500-foot hearing where they said they were going to be restaurant tavern, and they would be no live music, dancing, or DJ at any time.
So.
But I haven't gotten through to see if there's any changes or anything along those lines. I don't see any.
All right, so you're concerned, Mr. Chairman,
So
about...
that's what we have on the record as to why it was in the public interest.
Okay.
Right, and it morphed into something else, and it did that in 5 years, 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. If you can't make it go of it as what you said you were going to be, you're going to try to change it to a way that you can make money at it. But you can't do it in that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows that. And two, you can't do it without telling us. So I don't know where he is. Maybe you were ready to deny it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here
If
to...
he's going to deny it, then I'll deny it. But I'm willing to have you go back and come back to me with a method of operation that I can live with, security that I can live with, and we're going to talk about hours too.
I mean, we're willing to have that conversation, Mr. Chairman, if the commissioner is as well.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be a bad idea at all, because I was questioning why not cancel.
Okay. All right.
Chairman, do you want to send it back to council's office for that discussion, or you want to hold?
No, we can have it right here.
So we'll come back.
Just get it in writing and send it to me before you come so I can read it.
Okay, very well.
Do a month?
Yep, we can, it'll be November 21st.
Okay. No, that, I would let you say something, and the reason you're not allowed to say anything is because the former chairman did let community members say something, and then we got sued and lost because they're not allowed to ask you questions. So, but your presence here is noted. Yeah, it is noted.
Thank you very much.
Well, hopefully we will change it. Goodbye. Yes, you can.
So about, just for clarity, for security, does that mean license and bond security they have to?
Wait, is this my case? Yeah.
No, she's just asking generally. Every security guard in any bar in New York that's licensed has to be, any licensed premise that has a security guard, the security guard has to be licensed by New York State.
It doesn't?
Yes. Doesn't have to be from a private company. The bar itself can.
But it has to be licensed?
The person has to be licensed. We have through the Department of State, they get a security guard license.
So we can easily look that up.
Yeah.
That's available on the Department of State website.
But you'd have to find out who the security guard is.
Names.
Don't you worry. Thank
Sure.
you.
Okay. What's next?
We have one late sign-in. I won't say who. 2346, Sunny O's LTD.
With all the other good stuff, I forgot this was on. This is an offer of cancellation to clean this up. They had given back the license some time ago.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you much. Have a very nice day.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
I have nothing else signed in.
So let's go.
All right. 2296,
Accept.
Accept.
2297,
Accept.
Accept.
2301,
3,000.
3,000. Yep.
Somebody could tell Ms. Boyd that everything she said was on the record because it was recorded. 2302,
3,000.
Oh, you knew her?
She's been here.
Oh, I've never met her before.
she's been here before.
Oh. Oh, that's a Lower East Side dweller? I didn't know that. 2302, I'll accept 6,000.
Should that be 3,000 now? I mean,
No, it was another sale, right?
Prior history.
Yeah, it's the prior history. They banged him.
It doesn't matter what the prior violation is.
Yeah, I'm still banging him 6,000. I agree.
6,000 is, huh?
2303,
Withdraw charge 2 and charge 3, accept the 5,000.
5,000 accepted.
2305,
Okay to dismiss charge 1.
Dismiss.
2306,
Sustain charge 1 through 19, 5,000 because of cooperation and their ignorance I don't really find credible, but they did cooperate.
5,000.
You usually find my ignorance credible.
That's not hard. When it's as consistent as it is, it's not hard.
2308,
Dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3 and 4, $1,000.
Just fire extinguishers.
2310,
Accept.
Accept.
2313,
Arrested twice for untaxed cigarettes.
Previous license canceled. The applicant was an employee at the premise and was arresting for selling the untaxed cigarettes. I'm denying.
Denied.
2315,
Okay to recon for the payment of the penalty, $3,500.
3,500.
2319,
I would urge the members to vote to adopt.
I vote to adopt.
Vote to adopt.
Thank you.
2320,
I'll accept 25,000.
25,000 accepted.
2321,
Revoke and bond.
I would also also ask for a name stop.
Can I do a prescription here? Yep. I'll do the prescription and the name stop.
Ditto.
$23.22.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
$23.24.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.25.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.26.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.27.
Accept.
3,000 accept. 3,500 accept, right?
3,000.
Oh, 27, I'm sorry. Yep, sorry, 3,000, yep.
$23.28 and $29.
Cancel and bond location, 28 and 29, I'm sorry. 5,000, do we have any other cases on this?
Good check.
I'll accept.
Accept.
$23.30.
Cancel and bond with a location stop.
Cancel and bond.
$23.32.
Sustain all charges, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
If we can bond, can we bond?
Yeah. $23.33.
Sustain, charge one and fine $1,000.
$1,000.
$23.42.
Council's office recommends denial.
2342?
$23.42.
No, they don't ever recommend it to anything.
This is a grocery store application?
Oh, the recon. That's a prior recon.
No, it isn't.
Oh, is
You're reading a prior recon. Okay, that's a different thing.
That was reconsideration.
You know this place?
Oh, yes, I do. Used to have an apartment right down the street from it. Lived with my first girlfriend in college until my mother found out, and that was the end of that.
Easy, Tiger.
Does your wife know about that?
Then what do you want to do with this?
Yeah, I'll approve.
All right, approved.
$23.45.
Accept. Whose mother?
Accept, yeah.
Your mother or her mother?
My mother. She went bat crazy, putting in Miley. 3,000, 24,000.
Yeah, we accept.
I did.
Oh, yeah, no, he said it. We're on the next one.
$23.47.
No, 49.
No, 47.
Oh, accept.
Accept, yes.
$23.49.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.50.
Straight no contest, 3,000.
3,000.
$23.56.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.57.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
$23.58.
Sustain charge one, 1,500.
1,500.
$23.63.
I would revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record.
Cancel, no bond, right? Or revoke, no bond.
Yeah, the bond's gone.
$23.64.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.65.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.66.
I'll accept. It was a very weak case.
Accept. 6,500.
$23.67.
I'll accept.
Warning, accept.
$23.68.
Accept.
100, accept.
$23.69.
I'll accept. They have a good history.
1,000, accept.
In a bad case.
$23.70.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.71.
Accept.
Accept.
$23.72.
Cancel for the record.
Sorry.
Cancel and bond, right?
Bond's gone.
Yeah, that's, it should
That's just-
say bond not available up top.
All right, okay, all right.
2373.
Accept.
Accept.
2374.
Accept.
Accept.
2376.
No contest default, 2,500.
2,500.
2377.
2,000.
2,000.
2378.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2379.
Straight no contest, no, it's 7,000. 6,000 plus 500 plus another 500.
Second one, so 7,000, you said? Yes.
Yes.
All right. 2380.
6,500.
500.
2383.
I want to call these people in.
You good now, Commissioner?
Yes, call them.
Okay, so that'll be over until the 8th. 2384.
2,500.
2,500.
2385.
Revoke and bond.
It should be no bond claim, sorry, that up top, because we claimed it on the.
Oh, okay, revoke for record.
Yeah, fix that.
Vote for record.
2386.
Revoke and bond.
6, revoke and bond.
2387.
10,000, third sale to minor, probably is their fourth.
10,000?
Yes.
Yep.
2388, 2389.
I'm going to counter at 15,000. This is the second and third time for gambling, and the second and third time for extension of premises, so this is going to cost them.
15,000 counter offer.
2406.
Sustain charge 1, 5,000.
5,000.
Was that high? What did I do there?
They had a bad account here, it looks like.
How many years is this? Oh, no, it's a second improper conduct. It's a second workman's comp, that's why. All right, 5,000.
2414.
3,000.
3,000.
2417A.
4,000.
4,000.
And that's all I have. Does anybody else has anything else?
Nope.
And we're good
Nope.
to go, Donald.
We're done, thank you.